Okay, I'm ready to start. Very good. Dear colleagues, dear friends, everyone who has got registered, it's a pleasure to extend greetings to you. I'm Sergei Pokrovsky. I'm an expert on energy efficiency at the KNEF UNIDO Ukraine. Throughout upcoming 4 hours, we will speak about fund for loan guarantees, loan guarantee fund. I'm extremely happy that we launched this product not only in Ukraine, but also it's popular across the world. This is a commodity that UNIDO, United Nations Organization Agency on Industrial Development, introduced this product, and the product of such a tire is the first time to be introduced in Ukraine, if to consider the products of such a caliber, and it is aimed at recovery of equity at industrial enterprises. Our partner that is Ukrgasbank, that is a direct and reliable banking partner in Ukraine. Ukrgasbank is a partner in financing energy efficiency and alternatives in Ukraine. And today we will talk about all these agenda items. And at that, I would like to stress that when I joined the project, it struck me as an interesting initiative from the point of content of UNIDO's program. That included a financial component. I believed that I could be much faster to undertake and fulfill all the commitments in question. However, having an idea alone will not suffice. The main thing is that is your team. And to make such a financial instrument appears to be much more difficult than any of us has ever imagined. But we were successful, and this happened. This was indeed a big success, since quite a lot of people that supported our beneficiaries were connected with that. And also we should thank that to an excellent professional team that worked at launching this absolutely perfect product. Now I'm going to put up video for you to see what we launched throughout this year, and then the first session will be started. Today we expect 2 sessions. The first session will be dedicated to mission of energy efficiency in the governmental machinery and in Ukraine as a state, how energy efficiency might help to the development of the national economy of Ukraine. And the second thing is implementing best practices and experiences and approaches to their embedding in Ukraine. Now, please, you are welcome to watch the video.
Укргазбанк нині драйвер еконапряму в Україні. Ми змінюємо світогляд.
Ukrgasbank is a driver of societal changes. We are partners with UNIDO, United Nations Agency for the Development of Industry. Jointly, we created Loan Guarantee Fund.
We believe that the Loan Guarantee Fund comes at unique times when companies will be able to greatly benefit from it. A number of surveys between enterprises show that the reduction of utility cost would be one of the most effective ways to help companies recovering during this COVID-19 crisis.
Цей фонд є спеціальним фінансовим механізмом в рамках проекту.
This fund works as a component of the mechanism that is to enforce energy efficiency in the Ukrainian industry. It works based on one of LCs and LGs issued by the European Investment Bank, and it facilitates energy efficiency in Ukraine. This is one of the first UNIDO's initiatives that was created jointly with the partners of Ukraine, and the basis of that is LG.
In partnership with the Global Environment Facility, UNIDO works on tackling key barriers to the adoption of energy efficiency. Financing and access to financing remains one of these key barriers. And so this is how, through guarantee schemes like the ones we're working on here in Ukraine, will help in unlocking investments for energy efficiency.
Майже третина національного потенціалу з енергоефективності – це промисловий сектор.
Industrial sector of Ukraine is one of key components of energy efficiency and this energy security and independence when it gets about the country. Our experience shows that energy efficiency can reach up to 30%. And speaking about savings, so they make up to 3% eventually. And at that, we would like to call upon all the Ukrainian people to get pulled together and join in this initiative. Ukrgazbank that works as our partner, and it provides affordable finance, and this helps development of the Ukrainian market and energy efficiency in the Ukrainian industrial complex. I believe that those who benefited from this option will be able to raise energy consumption and reduce the costs of energy, electricity, and that also add value to what they do, contributing to the development of energy efficiency. What are the advantages of the project? This is lower interest rate, no security, prioritization of agenda items on the framework of this program. And for energy resources, we aim at cut down of CO2 emissions. Cooperation with international financial institutions and economic organizations is not only a pivotal vector in the work of our bank. This is also a powerful component of the Ukrainian economy. This is another opportunity to join into the development of the country at large, and this will also harmonize development and setting up of Ukrainian enterprises. So for about a year, we have been working with a string of international financial institutions, and now we are about to open a new page in cooperation with UNIDO. Cooperation with UNIDO will give us an opportunity for the Ukrainian enterprises, SMEs, to join financing that will target building up quality energy management and will allow replacement of outdated with the modernized equipment at hand, and that will help save energy costs for industrial enterprises. It is expected that this loan guarantee fund will make a big contribution to the development of industrial energy. Such a financial instrument will be indeed very important from the point of recovery after COVID-19. Thanks to it, the Ukrainian enterprises will get extra assistance in recovery of energy resources and will raise competitiveness of the Ukrainian enterprises.
Experience within the UNIDO Industrial Energy Efficiency Program have shown that energy management system and energy system optimization are unique solutions for industry that wants to improve their energy efficiency, to reduce their energy bills, to improve their productivity, and ultimately to increase their competitiveness.
Як провідний екобанк країни,
As a leading eco-bank in Ukraine, we provide aid to the Ukrainian enterprises to save the resources available. You're more than welcome to become our partners.
Так, надзвичайно.
Okay, this is an incredibly amazing video, an achievement. And at that, I would like to represent speakers of the first panel. We will talk not only about the Loan Guarantee Fund, but also we will discuss energy efficiency and credits for Ukraine. Today, we have representatives of the Ukrainian beneficiaries with us. Among speakers, we have offline representatives. All of us use PEPs, meaning physical, social distance, communication, and we have an online speaker. Among online representatives, we will have a first deputy of the Ministry of Energy, Mrs. Olga Buslavets. Olga will be followed by Mr. Zadorozhny Alexander, Director for Industrial Development, Konstantin Burda, that's the interim chair of the State Energy Efficiency Agency. Alexei Rabchin is an advisor to the Vice Prime Minister on Euro-Atlantic and European integration of Ukraine, and Viktor Duma, Deputy Director of the Department for International Cooperation at Kyrgyz Bank. And that I would like to pass the floor to our keynote speaker at HQ of UNIDO, Mr. McQueen, that's the manager of this program. Marco, you're more than welcome.
Thank you, Sergey, and good morning to everyone in Kiev and elsewhere in Ukraine attending this event. And my sincere thanks to all other speakers and partners for participating in this event. I'm going to share my screen now, as I'm going to use so I prepared a few slides to outline the purpose of the Loan Guarantee Fund that UNIDO, together with the Ukrgas Bank, has created in Ukraine to support energy efficiency in industry. Now, very briefly, for maybe some of our audience that is not familiar with UNIDO, UNIDO is a so-called specialized agency of the United Nations, and we have a mandate, a mission to promote and accelerate inclusive and sustainable industrial development in developing countries and economies in transition. We pursue this mission by focusing our work around four strategic priorities that you see indicated here: creating shared prosperity, advancing economic competitiveness, safeguarding the environment, and strengthening knowledge and institutions. Now, the work that we are presenting and discussing today falls under the safeguarding the environment priority. Now, within this priority, UNIDO is conducting a range of sustainable energy and low carbon related activities and programs. I'm not going to go in the details, but as you can see from the top, we have a focus on energy system, technologies and infrastructure, We are increasingly working also on climate technology innovation, and we have a work stream on climate policy and partnership. Within these three pillars, we conduct work ranging from policy and standards development until the pilot demonstration of technologies and the strengthening of the relevant supply chain. And all this work is primarily aimed to support the sustainable development goals on energy, on industry, and climate. One of the flagship program that UNIDO has in the space of sustainable energy and low carbon is the Industrial Energy Efficiency Program, which has been in operation now for more than 10 years. At the moment, we have a global coverage of 27 countries, and we add every year new partners, at the moment discussing with 10 plus member states. This program has been largely supported by the Global Environment Facility, which we are greatly thankful for their support to pushing this work forward globally. Over the years, we have also gained support from other donors at the bilateral level, and more recently also the European Union and Green Climate Fund have joined the support to promoting energy efficiency in industry. The work that we have done within this program has included a number of specific best available technologies, energy management system 50001 is probably the one on the top, but we have also worked on other technologies that are usually present in almost any industrial factory, like steam, compressed air, refrigeration, and so on. In this green table on the right, there are some of the results of the program. Just to mention that regarding energy management system, we have directly worked in more than 500 companies to support implementation of energy management system. In companies that have done good work, we have seen savings in the range of 4 to 15% during the first year or the first 2 years without major investment requirements. And I think an important information, we have estimated that the companies that participated in the program have cumulatively saved $400 million US worth of energy cost. So we regard this program as a successful one for our member states, for the donors, and also for the industrial sectors. Now, why developing a loan guarantee fund for energy management system and industrial energy efficiency? The first point I would like to make, energy efficiency is happening within industrial enterprises. The results that we want to achieve is an improvement of their energy management and energy efficiency behavior, meaning both in practices and investment. If we achieve that, we see that the energy consumption and energy waste is reduced. This means that money is saved and also CO2 emissions are reduced. Now, To achieve this result, however, beyond one single company at scale, it requires a number of elements. We need also policy and legislation. There is a need for regulation and standards. There is a need for institutional infrastructure. And within the market, we need competent service providers, we need the technology supplier, and we have a great need for also financial services. Companies are today still using a significant amount of their money to do energy efficiency, but to go at scale, we need more financial services. So it's a critical element of the supply value chain for energy efficiency in industry. A second reason that I would like to elaborate a bit more is this need for accelerating and scaling up investments for industrial energy efficiency. Now in this graph that you can see on the screen, which comes from the Energy Efficiency Market Report of the International Energy Agency 2018, you can see the level of global investments in industrial energy efficiency during the period 2014 and 2017. Now in 2017, the total amount of investment was 35 billion. Now the International Energy Agency has developed models of what should be the level of investment if we want to achieve certain goals. And in this second graph, there is reference to the new policy scenario and an efficient world scenario. As you can see, for the efficient world scenario, which is on the right side, which is also the scenario that would allow us to reach climate change mitigation goals. The scale of investment is much bigger. During the period 2017 and 2025, we would need 51 billion of investment per year. And during the following 15 years, we would need 126 billion US dollar investment per year. So as mentioned before, we need to scale up investment for energy efficiency. And one way critically important to do that is also to make better use of existing financing instrument also for energy efficiency in industry, or to introduce some new ones. The third point that I would like to make speaks maybe more to the mandate of UNIDO and also the purpose of the project funded by the Global Environment Facility, but we are aiming to promote a financial instrument that is new in Ukraine for industrial energy efficiency. We want to work with a Ukrainian partner, in this case, first of all, Ukrgazbank as a leading eco-bank in Ukraine, to strengthen the expertise and build the practical experience on specific industrial energy efficiency investment technologies from a financial perspective. We want to help industrial enterprises to access more financing for energy efficiency, because we have evidence that energy efficiency is playing an important role for the competitiveness of enterprises. And we want to provide this access at more favorable terms and conditions. And as part of the overall strategy of the UNIDO project in Ukraine, we are trying to further support the creation of a national market for energy management system, and also to push for an overall transformation of the market for energy efficiency in Ukraine. So having said that, what we have, let's say, on the table and the mechanism that we put in place with the great help of our colleagues in Ultragas Bank. Now, starting from the top left of the slide, UNIDO has provided a guarantee to Ultragas Bank via Citibank as a cross guarantor. UNIDO and Ultragas Bank have then worked together to create a $1.5 million loan guarantee fund to specifically finance industrial energy efficiency projects. Now, everything is in place for Ultragas Bank to issue loans to local industrial companies with the backing of the UNIDO's guarantee. Now, as loans will be issued and as loan principal and interest will be repaid, the resources of the loan guarantee fund that were locked for the issued loans will become again available, and new loans will be issued. Now, in the unfortunate case where there will be a default of a loan, the guarantee provided by UNIDO will cover the losses. Now, this whole process is performed under the monitoring and the management support also of UNIDO and Citibank. So this in a concise manner is the scheme, and I'm sure that colleagues will further elaborate later. Now, going to the expectation and objectives, let's say for the near future, what we hope to see is an increase in lending for industrial energy efficiency. Ultragas Bank is already a leader on the Ukrainian market. We know that there is a thriving market for renewable energy. There is a lot happening also on energy efficiency. We think that much more can happen on energy efficiency in industry. So we hope that this instrument will increase the volume of lending. We want also to support a learning process which will reduce the perception maybe of risk related to certain instruments, and also will incentivize other donors or investors to use more these type of guarantee schemes to accelerate energy efficiency and also resource efficiency investments in industry. So we hope that this pilot program will really trigger similar initiatives or increase the scale of this guarantee scheme. And third point, we are aiming to increase the industrial enterprises borrowing for industrial energy efficiency. Now, there is something, I don't know if I can use the elephant in the room, but what about COVID-19? Certainly, the loan guarantee fund comes at a time of big challenges, both for many industrial enterprises and governments in general. However, something that we think is important to highlight and remind, there are a number of studies that have been done during the last 6 months. Here, there are some information from research of McKinsey back in April and May this year, where they looked into government spending and stimulus for the COVID recovery. And they looked to the job creation potential of having stimulus that are focused on renewable energy and energy efficiency rather than fossil fuel. But this study showed that putting money in government spending in energy efficiency, including industrial energy efficiency, is the type of program that has the highest job creation potential. Slightly higher than renewable energy and significantly higher than fossil fuel. But out of this, certainly moving forward, the government, the policies will also play an important role in influencing and driving decisions by the private sector, including the industrial enterprises. A second point that I want to repeat and emphasize, in the table, I'm sorry, maybe it's not easily readable, but this table shows the results of surveys that UNIDO carried out during the month of April, March, and June, with enterprises from a number of countries. And they asked these companies what would be the policy support that you would prefer to receive from your government. And in the second position, for 4 countries out of 5, there is the request for reduced utility cost. So, which means also reduced energy cost. Now, energy efficiency is a way to reduce this utility cost for enterprises. There is plenty of evidence on the business case of energy efficiency. So we really encourage industrial enterprises to also be proactive on this critical aspect of cost reduction to better face the current situation. I would conclude that our recommendation is really to enterprises and all the partners that can support this work, but to aim for a full integration of energy efficiency in the production and business recovery strategies of the companies. We have already seen during the summer that after the end of the lockdown, there was a major boost in production. When all this situation will be over, manufacturing sector and businesses will go back to full power operation, and integrating energy efficiency would really give great profits to companies and also benefits to the socioeconomic development of Ukraine. Thank you
Mark.
very much.
Thank you, Mark, very much. That's an excellent presentation and highlights about importance of energy efficiency, not just for the industry, but for the development of the country. Thanks a lot. Дякую дуже, Марко, за чудовий виступ. Ми продовжуємо і, як, до речі, Марко зазначив,
Thanks to Marco for his presentation of his vision, and as Marco has mentioned at programming and prioritizing activities and tasks at cross-national level appear to be indeed critical. At that, I would like to pass the floor to the first deputy of the Ministry of Energy, Mrs. Olga Buslovets. You are welcome. Olga, could you please turn on mic and camera? We can see a presentation. Very good. Now we would like to hear you as well. Olga, glad to see you. Good morning, dear colleagues. I would like to extend my gratitude to organizers for having invited me to this event. This week can be labeled as an energy effectiveness week. This is a proper package, since the focus today is heavily made on this spectrum. I do believe that over the most recent time, this issue was not addressed properly, and we underperformed in terms of using potential. At that, I would like to present a few things more. It's highly likely that you have heard quite a lot of other things on Tuesday, where with our colleagues jointly we presented lots of things, and to underline a few things to consider. Here you will find pipeline areas in energy effectiveness. Who's a policymaker, who shapes them? We're deeply convinced that the Ministry of Energy and Fuels is going for, and Minenergo is responsible for the development of energy efficiency, and the same the role will be determined of the Ministry for Regional Development, that also deals with the development and participation in elaboration of policies attached to regional development, and administering as well as control of credits. You are well aware that following this program is already convinced that the pledges made under it was fulfilled in line with the commitments outlined, and for the energy efficiency program in industry, launch of a global instrument that I will describe later is decarbonization. Okay, now I will make an attempt to switch buttons, switch my slides. You know, I encountered a failure. If there is somebody who will help me to do this, I will be very happy. Olga, could you please change slides? Click on the remote control to change slides. We can kick off the presentation and put it up on our screen. Okay, go ahead, let's do it. Only today, this computer was set up in my room, and I have a difficulty in understanding how it functions. No problem. The main thing is that we can see you and we can hear you as well. On Tuesday, we had some issues regarding communication at a similar event, and now I would like to start the presentation. And slide 2. Let's watch what you have. We managed to do what we aimed at. It's a sort of a technical glitch, but I think that the problem that we have today is most probably not that important, meaning this technical glitch that we encounter, but there are more positive things to consider. It's like EU-Ukraine Association Agreement and European Green Deal is also an issue that for upcoming slide you will see presentation. Energy effectiveness results, so the deliverables in reforming the state agency on energy efficiency. Since there's a proper understanding what challenges and possibilities Ukraine has in this driver of the European Green Deal, and the main thing is to transform the Ministry of Energy and the State Agency for Energy Effectiveness that will serve as principal platform to carry out line events and measures to undertake. This umbrella project today liberates proper systemical framework, and all the initiatives that we already launched appear to be promising. This is administering leverages in all sectors of economy, implementation of the European legislation. This is energy certification, energy audits, energy management, monitoring, etc. This is development of energy sector, development of bioenergy, hydrogen, increase of possibilities of hydrogen use in Ukraine, and the financing of energy effectiveness, such areas as green bonds, green funds, and the development of international partners, etc. International operations. It is clear that today we work quite a lot with the Ukrainian partners, and the system that UNIDO supports also pursues its operations under the framework of trilateral arrangements in terms of thermal power supply. Co-chairs here are Region Ministry of Regional Development and the Ministry of Energy, GIZ, and UNIDO as well on the part of international partners. For the energy effectiveness, I would like to state that today, thanks to the support of international partners on the development and implementation of projects in international assistance aimed at improvement of energy effectiveness, that's a promotion of energy effectiveness, and its promotion will also imply elaboration of proper bills. Then we go to betterment of market conditions in the market of energy efficiency in Ukraine, implementation of Directive EU 27 in Ukraine, then shaping missions and objectives for green energy in Ukraine. That we need also to go to the European Union and to see what is to be cemented and very well written into the current legislation. Main objective here is fostering energy effectiveness in Ukraine through setting up a promotion of ecosystems and energy effectiveness, thanks to the systems that appear to be effective in terms of energy consumption. Energy partnership between Ukraine and Germany, following energy efficiency partnership, foresees ultimate goal as a setting up a special ecosystem and also strategic help to energy efficiency that's been fulfilled in the EU, as well as setting up standalone energy efficient organizations and initiatives, facilities that will function under the framework. The main thing about this program is that in the majority of the Ukrainian provinces and buildings, there will be a system of centralized heating, secured, and alternatives. There will be also suggestion to use alternative fuel in Ukraine and analyze the context broader and development of the energy efficiency market, raising funding. Joint initiatives today showcase this program so that the Ministry of Energy and Fuel of Ukraine, as well as other stakeholders and partners, international partners, work over. And what we need for the moment is setting up some legislative field and to move ahead. And one of our key governing documents is adoption of the current legislation on energy efficient legislation. This is one of the key priorities for the moment, since after this component is closed, we will be able to move further on. You are well aware that this document was elaborated and after passing a number of regulations, and before submission our resolution for its adoption by the United Nations Organization, we supported a number of discussions, and yesterday we had a meeting of pertinent council, and today we needed to finish our work over such a document, and then we will agree on the investment that will be reflected in this document, and all the stakeholders will condition the terms of partnership. It wasn't only once that we named our achievements. Quite a lot of work stays yet ahead of us in this respect, and I believe that that will be a 7-mile pace that will support our operations in this movement. Decarbonization, that's an area that I have already named today from the point of advocates of this area. There's a necessity to set up this instrument. We need to appropriate funds that today are viewed as taxes, or that are reflected as taxes in the bankable documents. And apart from that, we had meetings with MPs and a number of political fractions that supported setting up of such a fund. And today in Ukraine, in the parliament, we have a bill for setting up decarbonization fund that will serve as a guaranteed source for greenhouse gases and carbon emissions. So this bill was registered by Mr. Kovalchuk, that is in charge of utility services, and we're very grateful for this initiative to them and for their proactiveness. We had project number 43, 46, 47 that were dedicated to this attachment, and there will be a standalone fund set up in this form of a legal entity for reform that will be a standalone item in a state budget. That will be state road map, then state road agency, and extra expenditures will be required for that. And separately, the state institutions will serve stakeholders. The source will be tax on CO2 emissions into atmosphere. We expect to increase over 50 hryvnia per 1 ton. 50% of such tax will be allocated for general state budget, and it will entail allocations among fund for the protection of environment and decarbonization fund that will take 7 out of 100 costs of money, funds that will be available in that compartment. Speaking about these areas of interest that will be addressed separately, this is decarbonization of enterprises, thermal grids, water communications, projects on waste treatment, waste logistics, simulation of gas and electricity markets. Actually, this list can be supplemented. It's not an exhaustive list, and this will help serving the values of our country, and this will push us forward fulfillment of the objectives in question. And to finish the report, I would like to address digitalization of energy efficiency. I believe that this is far not the news that one of the most vulnerable issues for now is assessment of energy efficiency of these events and the measures that have already been put up in place. And for the energy efficiency, starting with 2016 annual examination and performance tests are conducted for the programs, but that will require some revisit and redress. New modifications will be entered into such regulations to make monitoring of energy effectiveness programs more indicative, and we will need to work even harder in this respect. And for digitalization, energy efficiency has a strain of the following programs. This is a appropriation of funds for decarbonization. This will secure permanent monitoring after effective appropriation of funds and control of our CO2 emissions into atmosphere, digitalization of current administrative services and energy efficiency, switching, transforming this services into the field of energy efficiency, and then supply of fuels that is to include alternative energy. And speaking about the digital field, transformation of all of these events and the implementation penetration to the market will help make customer better. And speaking about electronic card and the electronic fuel stations, filling stations, will prove that bisectoral approach in energy efficiency and adoption of energy efficient legislation will present necessity to concentrate on security, safety, and control of state of such strategic resource. And to wrap it up, I would like to state that the more you work, the more challenges you will face of review. And I do believe that all the participants today that happen to be drivers at raising energy efficiency and fulfilling commitments and profiles for the purpose of compliance will convince that these challenges are realistic and will be able to make it the most of everything what we have on hands, and we will be more powerful, stronger, and we will undertake utmost care to be most productive. If you have any questions, you're more than welcome. It will be a delight to answer them. Thanks everyone for an opportunity. Olga, thank you for such a resourceful presentation. This data were indeed new and interesting from the point of operations of the Ministry of Energy and Fuels of Ukraine, and quite a lot of insights and takeaways from the point of appropriation of resources and cross-sectoral, cross-institutional partnership was interesting, and we support your interest in streamlining partnership of the ministry and other participants, and that it's necessary to stress that big enterprises specifically and enterprises at large will pass energy audit or they will have to introduce energy audit management systems, since that will be one of the key conditions for availability and recognition of a functioning of energy management system. This is indeed very important, and the truth is that enterprises should have a clear understanding on how to include these costs into their budgets, and this vision will help them to appropriate financial resources properly. Thank you for your report. That I would like to pass the floor to Alexander Zadorozhny. Alexander is a deputy head of director for energy policy at the Ministry of Economy of Ukraine. Hello, everyone. Hello, colleagues. Thank you very much for an invitation. First of all, I would like to state that it's indeed a pleasure for energy efficiency to become one of top priorities that has become a tradition to put together from all the sectors at cross-cutting level to enable further introduction of energy independence at enterprises and to improve energy efficiency at large. Today we work with NEDO and GIZ under these areas of concern, and over the most recent past we developed a manual on energy audit. It is publicized on our website and anyone can read it. You can take insights from it and you can make an attempt to introduce such policies to your companies. For the development of strategy in the automobile business, having focuses on the development of building up electric cars, machine building specifically, there will be a huge stimulus towards this field, and most probably I do not have too much to be proud of from the point of production, but we will maximize our effort to support any measures that will diminish our energy dependence. Alexander, thank you very much for your kind words, and that I would like to state that the Ministry of Economic Development supported this initiative for setting up a loan guarantee fund, and I believe that in the future we'll continue our work very actively in this area. Thank you very much for your reports, and that I would like to pass the floor to Mr. Konstantin Guru, that is a trio of State Agency for Energy Effectiveness of Ukraine. Dear colleagues, Mrs. Buslovets, Mr. Marco Mattini, dear speakers on the first panel, please accept my greetings. The State Agency for Energy Efficiency is mostly proactive in partnership with your project. We have already proved your resultedness, and please accept our big thank you for that. Please put up the presentation if possible. Let us watch what we have. While the presentation is being put up, I would like to state that this week has appeared to be Energy Effectiveness Week, and I do believe that the next year will be a year of energy efficiency, Clean Energy Week, in other words. Mrs. Buslovets was absolutely brilliant at presenting initiatives that are bankable for the ministry at the moment, and from the point of energy efficiency, they are of top priority today. But for us, the State Agency for Energy Efficiency that is accountable for implementing the state policy will be the task to make new projects spring up and to make new investment inflow to the green economy. And after putting up presentation and slides, we made a new presentation for an updated version of such an agency. We have a number of instruments that will allow us expand and update the current functioning of the system of energy efficiency. I will not make focuses on standalone components. Mrs. Buslavets has said quite a lot on this subject matter. I will tell you a few commentaries. I will share my views on cost of administration and figures that we mentioned. For the costs allocated for administration of your loans will make not higher than 0.5% of loan facility. If for some term you have 9 million euro raised, while for instance, let's say 2-3 million were lost, well, these losses are indeed critical. Actually, apart from launching loan guarantee fund, we have also another energy effectiveness program 2025-2026 with a total budget of 10 billion euros. This will allow expanding our residential real estate initiatives, expand coverage of our budget projects, and even biotechnologies such as planting eco-saving, energy-saving crops. Loan guarantee fund also has a proper bill in place. The same is about decarbonization, and these bills are registered with the parliament, and the economic effect should be also analyzed. 900 million Ukrainian hryvnia were appropriated from the governmental pool for energy efficiency. If we used this funding, we could receive even more than this figure. This is something that should serve as a bedrock to build up national economy, since they will yield economic effect for the green bonds. Market of green finance today is evaluated at level of 70 million euro until the end of 2020. 36 million following IFC's assessment belong to the pool of funds that will be raised for the improvement of functioning mechanism of green bonds. There is a proper line commission that will concentrate on key points regarding the work of this mechanism, since in bulk costs on administration is the cost on verification, and the fund that is accountable for implementation of policies in this field should be accountable for the verification. Certainly, it's about a variety of operators that can render such services, but state organizations should also open a window for the state operators to interplay. And on the other hand, we have an initiative for the setting up of a green initiative unit, and next year, with the partnership of the Finnish Ukrainian Trust Fund that allocates financing for the preparation of surveys and technical documents that will include feasibility studies for the kickoff of this green investment fund. This fund will allow co-financing at stage of seed financing and provide a sort of a financial leverage for the kick of such a project. And afterwards, you can sell off a share in such projects and earn in this way. And this will secure evolving mechanism. This is, fund that doesn't lose money. It is self-occupant. On the framework of cooperation of the state agency of energy efficiency and UNIDO, works at implementing, harmonizing, bringing into life our standards on energy effectiveness. One third is government, one third is general public, then public transportation services and energy effectiveness. These are key components that today top the leaders of energy consumers. So jointly with UNIDO, we had a number of trainings jointly with GZ. Also, we carried out a number of workshops for energy auditors, white paper and green paper that serves as an algorithm for implementing Article 28 of EU-Ukraine Association Agreement and the Loan Guarantee Fund in energy efficiency was set up, and yet in July this year we witnessed signing of such a contract, and the work has just begun. Our partners have proper documents in place, and beneficiaries do trust these projects, and I believe that as of the next year, this project will be implemented. On our side, we are positive and prepared to start working with Ukrgazbank and potential borrowers. Thanks to everyone, wishing you success, and I believe that the next year will continue successful trend of cooperation. Konstantin, thank you very much for such a record and very good words in support of energy efficiency. The next speaker is Mr. Evgeny Shuk, that's Council for Euro-Atlantic Integration and European Integration. Hello, everyone. I'm Mr. Chuk, that's accountable for the assistance to the Prime Minister and advisor to Prime Minister on carbon CO2 and Green Deal. Since carbon CO2 emissions is one of key areas among the governmental business lines and globally. More than 11% as our achievement in cutting down CO2 emissions, and apart from that, we'll have lots of factors that will improve our operations or that can this or that way affected. I'm absolutely happy to be with you today at an event where we are to launch Loan Guarantee Fund. Since that I recount the time when I started my work at the Ministry of Energy, and then we asked ourselves whether there is a need to continue this work and whether there is a necessity to raise more funding. And that I made another attempt, and it was indeed a pleasure to see dynamics of this project, dynamics of its development, and it was a pleasure to see the first people that could use these products, that could make the most of them, to make the cheapest credits and to draw the program on energy efficiency and recovery of your business, for your business to become competitive. Once again, our UNIDO partners jointly with international banks raise financing for the development for the Ukrainian business to become competitive and pay lower tax, improve quality of the Ukrainian products, and set up new jobs. That's indeed funky thing. What time span will be required? How many conferences will we need to make utmost from the money allocated and to be able to appropriate the resources and the landscape properly. I guess that our experience is successful, and we will need to multiply all these examples through other areas and through other projects. Someone said that we might need 2 months or 6 months. Somebody mentioned projects lasting 1 to 3 years, and that we should admit that we do not have that much time. But among the first things that come first, it's about climate change. That is feasible for all the developing countries, and the Green Deal is one of programs of the government in Europe that's at present quite effective and in progress. This is a cross-cutting program for all the spheres of life. Until 2025, EU set up a set of its objectives, and among them there is an objective to become a neutral climatologically country, so that not only Ukraine but also its neighbors could survive in the conditions where not only people but also planets will collapse. EU Green Course, Green Deal that was adopted 1 year ago, today is acute indeed. It's an urgent thing. And apart from EU, we have Japan that before promised us 80% of cut down in CO2 emissions, and before it pledged to become absolutely climate neutral. Then it was followed by Korea, and then China said that in 2010 such an objective was unrealistic, but by 2060 some potential success could have been an issue. And speaking about 2050, that appears to be most feasible in the United States of America. Mr. Biden won at the presidential race, and today we will have more than millions of dollars for the development of a Green Deal, and Mr. Coney, if I'm not mistaken, will be accountable for Green Deal. And Mr. Obama before was also a participant of this green diplomacy. But again, another issue is how effective they were in this green diplomacy. Look, the thing is, development of electromobiles and let's say financing of electric cars will be an aspect to develop, and we will have to respond. We will need either to modernize, or these enterprises will not be able to function, since across the world there will be a trend towards a rise in this rate, and most probably there will be somebody saying no to this, but the Ukrainian companies today embed in their programs tax rise. They have proper understanding that their commodities will rise in quantity, meaning in its price, and that can take us 1-2 years to suspend the process, but eventually that will be brought into life. If we fail now, then over 2-3 years on end, our produce by its face value will become even more. For tariff making for gas and electricity, quite a lot appears to be unstable at the moment, and we have an intention to enter the European, Asian markets, and our ambitions most probably is a critical point, and the face value of electricity explains it all. It was the Kiev team and the Unidas team, Alena Nevedoma also in Vienna, UNIDO, that used to work and support this project, supported Ukraine heavily. Most probably this is a sequel, or we will have some adjustments to be entered on the ministry. We will have to improve regulations and laws, and most probably we will make it most to bring these projects to forefront. And again, 1-2% will be interest rate per annum, and currently Ukraine has one of the minimum energy efficient economies if to consider global scale. And most probably you will agree with me that energy efficiency will become one of our priorities at that. And we had a 20-year program and 10-year program and other programs to complement all what we have. And our representatives while representing Ukraine, made it all to bring money to the ultimate beneficial owner. If last year we had 400 million euro for the improvement of energy efficiency and 6 million for energy efficiency fund, where 2 million were allocated for the improvement of Ukrainian budget by the government and MPs. So today, unfortunately, I cannot give you cost estimate and breakdown. Of course, for IMF, we encounter lots of financial problems, and not in the last tune. It is all about consequences of COVID-19. 150 million should go to the energy efficiency, and this is not that much to be proud of. And that I would like to state that in fact we're interested in high inflows, and among key priorities is change in energy efficiency policies, as Mrs. Buslovets, Deputy Minister, said today, that diminution of taxes is envisaged in a new program that will allow inflow of money through the state support facilities with involvement of enterprises and other technological things. Under that, we can compare this budget categories with budget. 900 million were correlated with the CO2 emissions, and speaking about 500 tons of CO2 as emissions, were assessed from the point of costs incurred. If we saved 1 billion, and at the same time we saved 2 million for energy efficiency, then you'll see that the allocations were in place through the fund, and this year we have collected funding, we raised funding, but allocations were not sufficient. Such things as CO2 emissions were reallocated when they were guaranteed, since investment for 2-3 years will secure some sort of confidence. And when we convince that the money is available, and for the bank generally, when we have a principal amount or percent and interest, in other words, the things will be important. And I believe that association of the Ministry of Energy and Ecology that we used to have in place today gets defragmented. It is a sort of split on ecologization of our national economy. It's not yet penetrated into all the fields at cross-cutting level, but speaking about the Ministry of Ecology and Decarbonization, they are attached to energy efficiency. You can monitor how two central bodies will interplay, and there will be an interesting discussion with the Parliament what concept for the loan guarantee fund or any other fund will happen to be a winner. That is why, to sum it all up, there are mechanisms at the European Union and some safeguards of the market and safeguards from ecological commodities. climate products or commodities is one thing, while ecological commodities is another. They have an officer that works at the level of the first vice president of the European Union, and they have already split functions of climate accountability and economy as well as energy. Now, for energy, it's about energy efficiency, utility costs, and quite a lot of things. Carbon decarbonization program is something that is being developed now, and if content of CO2 with EU commodities is high, then you should go to the European market and that will make an attempt to make all these components not to be implemented in Ukraine at large, and modification of the Ukrainian economic development and growth and agreement, EU-Ukraine Association Agreement that will protect us from such operations, will agree that the CO2 will appear to be an important factor for energy-efficient enterprises, and enterprise will need to show that they are effective and they make an attempt to decrease their workload through such mechanisms in energy efficiency. These mechanisms will be attached to trade pillars, auction pillars, and it's about December that it will be launched, and that we will trade quotas and quite a lot of other things will be considered as components in this game to play. And speaking about December, we'll have a meeting at level of Mrs. Stefanishina, Vice Prime Minister, that will involve the Ukrainian and European businesses. This is indeed critical, and the Ukrainian business should jump in and develop these opportunities that are planned today, and everything will depend on us and our hard work. For that, I would like to extend my gratitude to everyone. UNIDO, Kyrgyzbank, State Agency for Energy Efficiency, European Ukrainian Energy Agency, and everyone involved. Thank you for sharing such a fruitful initiative. Thank you very much, Alexei, that you have shared with us such productive messages. The problem that we encounter is that we have no time to think over time to become energy efficient. For these companies that will not become energy efficient, they will not be able to compete at any market, both locally and internationally. They will be competitive in external markets, such as primarily the European Union. And for that, I would like to state that this is something what UNIDO mentions, and what is being mentioned on the framework of UNIDO program. This also something that allows credit, investment, energy management setup. That's something what we have created over the most recent past, and what is effectiveness of such measures. An issue is how fast we will be able to implement them. Generally speaking, they are all very, very important. And at that, I would like to switch to explaining concept of the state stakeholders and fund and the other participants that interplay that Mr. Speaker, representative of Kyrgyzbank, Director for International Programs, dear colleagues, dear friends, dear partners. I'm indeed very glad to extend greetings to everyone. And Kyrgyzbank today is available to issue loans to everyone that is interested in raising the credibility, energy efficiency, economic effectiveness, and performance. Loan Guarantee Fund was set up by UNIDO, United Nations Organization for Industrial Development, jointly with the Kyrgyzbank, supported by Global Environmental fund. Why does Ukrgasbank makes a decision to join them? For that, I would like to share 3 points to that. Ukrgasbank is one of the biggest banks in Ukraine. Following the language of figures, it is the fourth by size of its assets. It has an interest of 10%. The second thing is a very widely developed network. It covers total territory of Ukraine, and the bank has proper potential. And the main thing is Ukrgasbank is a sole bank in Ukraine and even in the Eastern Europe that today substantially concentrated its operations at competitive commodities will prove that's not mere words. If we look at these figures and graphs, the bank has more than 30 billion Ukrainian hryvnias involved as financing under these projects, and for that we need to take into consideration for third projects households, HOAs that have become target audience for them. More than 50% of such measures were aimed at energy efficiency and TOE depreciation. And speaking about alternatives, we had also some percentage that's not that big. And for the work with green credits, I would like to state that that will be a comprehensive program. Why will that program appear to be comprehensive? Since the work regarding preparedness and liberation of such files will require special competencies and knowledge at all the levels of our work with the loans, starting with the communication face-to-face with your credit manager after analyzing these projects and filing these credit statements, as well as risk management and analysis of economic and social aspects of this project. It's necessary to state that Ukrgasbank was the first to implement ecological and system management, and if that covers, we need to consider that the heart of this system is our technical office, where engineers, technologists will work, engineers, technologists in energy, renewables. These are the people that have been continuously working with these innovations. They can and they will help clients structurize better the projects and finance them as well. These results were achievable thanks to long-term partnership jointly with our strategic partner, IFC, namely, that for 3 years and helped develop and build up such a system. Representatives of IFC shared with us experience that they have with our specialists in our HQ office across the regions. It's about credit specialists, risk management specialists, and specialists that tackle environmental issues, and our engineers. Another factor to name is system and the availability of technical office with the bank. This is something that will differentiate and make unique our bank, will make us differ when compared to others. And for the joint programs that were fulfilled in partnership with the IFC, helped us improve partnership with all other stakeholders, served as a basis for the development. Its credit program with NEFCO, and another one is with the Chernomor Bank teams, and quite a lot of them. In its experience, the bank has today a number of things to consider as achievements in the work with IFIs. It's IFC, BRD, EIB, EIF, European Investment Fund. But if to consider the most recent banks, the bank wasn't very successful to support small and medium business. But by essence, clients can check credit at a sort of a lower pledge. This means that the fund that we touched upon today is a fund that represents synergy of acquired experience that functions as EcoBank and our experience with international financial organizations from the point of guarantee mechanism that functions through LCs and LGs. For that, it is sensible to repeat myself to say that the loan guarantee fund, first of all, will aim at setting up elements of energy management system and implementation at companies, energy management system, and streamlining energy efficiency and energy management aspects. It's essential to understand it's far not news that Ukrainian economy is one of the most energy intensive across the world. This means that this funding will be aimed at resolving such issues. It will help the Ukrainian business to become modern and energy efficient, as well as compatible in the global markets. And the next thing to consider is its approach towards becoming more ecologic. For the present, this fund has $1.5 million American dollar. $150,000 can be an amount of such an allocation. The denomination can be done in euro or in dollar. These sums will suffice to implement energy management system at enterprises. For that, I would like to mention that all the projects have a pretty good occupancy. This means that on a revolving basis, these funds can be appropriated. Speaking about benefits, under this area, the most important for all the enterprises to achieve and what they will be able to achieve actually, if enterprises benefit and make use of this fund, it will be replenishment and efficiency programs up to 25%. It's issue of credit for the same prices but at lower interest. And what is also critical is that enterprise and borrower cannot submit some pledge of security under this project, since normally this work is done through the fund and the loan guarantee fund specifically. And so for the priorities, I would like to state that our technical office normally processes such requests, and that's where you will be able to process this request. Who will be the target audience? First of all, that is manufacturing enterprises, food enterprises, food treatment enterprises that are export-oriented today. We could hear that there will be a bar made on some safeguards, duties, custom duties for CO2 for the commodities that are produced by some industrial enterprise that also in its cost estimate and face value account value of CO2. For IFC, for instance, or other international institutions, they normally request certificate for CO2 for all those enterprises that have energy-saving production. And the list that they share with us is not exhaustive, but this is a must whenever you apply for a credit. The thing is, whenever some organizations go to us, so they continuously will ask themselves what is to be done to improve it and to make it more energy efficient and how to cut costs. That I would be cautious and ask some questions whether those policies that we have and bankable things, are they correct? The saving that will be achieved through the implementation of some specific safeguards, will that be enough? New management system for energy effectiveness will allow achievement of this goal and cut down costs and spendings for taxes, and will provide a harmonized balance. Actually, under the framework of such a pilot project, experts of the United Nations organization can tune in. When it's about savings and cutting spendings, I would like to add final touches, saying that when a bank is not an energy efficient energy spending bank, we make it all to minimize these costs. Hibernization of computers, automatic turning off of air conditioners, then price readers and everything else allowed our bank for the most recent years, 2 years, to cut down energy by 40%. Well, I believe that everyone should think about diminishing electricity costs, and we should become more energy efficient to be able to compete to local market and internationally. While summing up, I would like to call you upon to make use of this program and to go to our bank. Here you will see contacts of our experts that work based on this program, and more details on specifics of crediting and such a project, or what is required. The second colleague, Yaroslav Krupko, will tell us more on what is to be done. Victor, thank you very much for your report. It's indeed a pleasure to know that Ukrgaz Bank, by way of its individual example as a role model, sets out proper business stigma that will allow understanding, resultedness, and ROIs eventually, meaning that we'll be able to check how events today work, and if to consider their takeaways and insights, they're very productive. And when it goes about energy efficiency, such measures, as I believe, will not be that showing, for the part that is embedded into assets. Speaking about costs, OPEX, if we cut them today, benefit will be in effect for a remaining period. The more you will do this, the better. Also, we had a few questions on the chat on YouTube. We had questions on the crediting conditions and how they can receive credit. And all this information is available at Ukrgaz Bank, and we will tell about that more at the second panel. And on the website of Ukrgaz Bank, we will tell you even a broader picture. That I would like to go to the representatives of our financial department. This is a commodity that we touch upon today. It is available for the moment. It was started in July, and it is the most promising perspective. Apart from lower discounts in July, it's 13%, 14.5 in euro, 14 in dollar. You will get a credit that will be unsecured. If you know what the value of pledge will become, you can evaluate your commitments, liquidity commitments that should be supplied to understand what type of credits you will need. And you will be persuaded that this will bring in some new financial value. If you take out value of collateral that is normally needed for an interest to pay, you will get a proper vision that, let's say, your body and your commitments will appear to be most beneficial, most promising, the most promising favorable conditions that you can achieve in Ukraine for getting financing at external markets that are not Ukrainian. This is positive. And the limit of $50,000 for companies, is it topical for enterprises? Actually, right. That's exactly what we have. $150 is an amount of money that can be deployed for modernization of energy efficiency systems to be able to optimize these systems that consume electricity. This is a normal project. We do not touch upon boilers or replacement of mains that might cost tens of thousands of dollars. We mention these events that allow maximum financial outcome and implementation of energy efficiency system, where we assess for some assets, some parts that today have become part of Укргаз sorry. Then when there was some negotiations regarding setting up at the UGV some mains, it might cost $1,000 up to $1 million to consider for a big business, for a company. Energy management system will not be lower in price than $2,100. This program is very broad. You need this experience that we discussed is most probably slightly shameful, since majority of costs will be able to achieve their point of sales, occupancy, and actually how well you understand your needs and whether you want to work in the future generally at the Ukrainian market. If you are an exporter, I will indeed recommend you starting with the strategical implementation of your potential with participation of energy effectiveness today yet. And Mr. Ravchun said that it doesn't make sense to sharpen some issues. My opinion is different. The thing is, we always suffer deficit of funding. Yes, on the one hand, we have loan guarantee fund, and we will work at bringing to minimum or at least to some lower volume. We will work with sample of credits first, and then after working this through, we'll switch to another tier of credits, and most probably you will not be able to make it for it, and we will get accommodated to this system. This who were the first to come were the first to get. If you take much time and think twice whether it makes sense to use this product, I will tell you and reassure you that the possibility will be there. But ultimately, we're convinced that over upcoming 2-3 months, credits will be issued. And we will look into indicators of their payments and the way to change such a settlement mechanism in financing. And that I would like to extend gratitude to everyone present today. Thanks to the state bodies that support the work of our project, the Ukraine You Need, in implementing energy efficiency in industry of Ukraine who supported setting up loan guarantee fund and that I would like to say thank you to our partners from Ukrgas Bank and underline that people and human resources is the main power. Through their work, they can make it realistic and possible, something that before might have been different. And it's about launching energy efficiency fund, loan guarantee fund, and then later I believe that we will be very, very vigilant about implementing such projects. Thank you very much.
Добрий день.
Hello, everyone. I am Natalia Usenko. Now we will get started with the second session. We will discuss financing of energy efficiency projects in industry and will walk through basic steps that are required for this purpose. We will dedicate our talk to system of energy management and raising credits. Before we get to the topic of energy efficiency, we need to see profiles in a qualified manner, system of energy management. At that, I would like to pass the floor to Mr. Pashenko. Alexei, you need a project manager, expert. Thanks to his work, we have set up such a long guarantee fund and enjoy an opportunity to bring into life such projects. Alexei, you are welcome. This is a project, a presentation. One, two, three. UNIDOS project for the development of industry works in Ukraine for the moment over the time span of 5 years. It started its operations in 2015. Ultimate mandate is to raise energy efficiency of the Ukrainian industry and assistance to the Ukrainian enterprises, irrespective of ownership, help in raising competitiveness, diminish CO2 emissions, and set up expertise milieu in Ukraine. There's a proper understanding that the consultancy services in Ukraine, in contrast to the developed countries, are underdeveloped yet. There is a need to raise this potential, to build it up. DONA is Global Environmental Fund Facility, Global Environmental Facility. Recipients on the state side is the State Agency for Energy Efficiency of Ukraine, and ultimate beneficial owner is the State Agency of Energy Efficiency and the Ministry for the Development of National Economy of Ukraine and Ecology and Agriculture. Primarily, it was about the meteorology department that was attached to the implementation of standards. And now we work with the Department for Industrial Policy. The expiration date, the deadline will be the 20th dates of December 2021. We will deal with implementing international standards on energy management that will have national role, elaboration about the bills, laws, and assistance to Ukraine and of Ukraine to the energy efficiency. The second project is enhancing energy efficiency potential and setting up expertise at industrial enterprises and other companies that run the engineering services in this respect. The third component is implementation of novel, innovative financial instruments to help in financing of the energy efficiency systems and systems in an optimization chain that are attached to mobilize and optimizing energy consumption. In Ukraine, we have already implemented all the standards ISO 8000 something, and as of the 15th of September this year, 3 new standards were implemented. One of them is a novel standard, and two absolutely new standards were added. Today, all the standards labeled as 850,000 have been implemented. UNIDO participates in the work of working groups that function under the state borders. Today, this is the Ministry of Energy that elaborates standards, bills, law on energy efficiency that Mrs. Boslovets raised and where we participated. For the second part, nearly in full scope, this component was closed. We have prepared expertise for the figures so that you can read on the screen. This is the work of consultants so that can, while speaking modern language and implement energy management systems at enterprises, bring into life what is required under the current condition. Speaking about enterprises, we do have consultants who provide tailor-made solutions and stated that these innovations technologies are used properly. We have also certification bodies and agency on accreditation in Ukraine that accredits such certification bodies. For the industrial enterprises today, 22 companies participate in a program on implementing CEM. Out of them, 7 have already brought into life this know-how and they received certificates. Apart from that, we also prepared documents from the best practices and experience of enterprises that implement energy management best practices. These are based on the best practices and experience. 7 of such samples were elaborated for today, and today we're busy as well working on another manual on implementing energy management systems, and you will see some case studies for real industrial enterprises. So the third thing to mention at that is appointment of a fund that was launched this summer. You have heard over the first session of this conference, and throughout the second session, you will be able to hear even more on it. So far, I would like to pass the floor to one of our experts, one of leading experts, Alexei. Thank you very much. Now we have some questions towards you. Before passing the word to all the experts, I wanted to make clear your opinion on a few things. The project is very interesting per se. It started its functioning since 2015. It trains experts, specialists at enterprises, certifying bodies and accrediting bodies, and later it got transformed into such a project that not only teaches but also facilitates crediting such things as energy management systems specifically. For that, I've got a very narrow question. How do you see transformation of consciousness of the Ukrainian citizens, change of their mindsets as a result of implementing energy efficiency novels? Is there any switch over from chaos, chaotic understanding, or these transformations, and to bring it to systemic end? Energy management systems imply implementation of systemic approach first. When goes about energy efficiency, energy management systems at enterprises. All the operations due to implementation of energy efficiency projects and operations today present a real challenge since their nature is attached for not to the level of energy efficiency, but rather to the equipment and policy of an enterprise, or higher hazard in enterprise, or diversification of energy supplies. And later, there is a report filed, for instance, in case of enterprises that through this or these steps they managed to arrange proper energy efficiency. Energy efficiency in some cases can be viewed as a side effect. In our viewpoint, we are convinced that enterprises that partner with us highlight necessity to implement system of credits. Each enterprise at each stage of its operations should support some grading system for rating credit of trust. Whenever you implement something, you should track energy efficiency and monitor how well these norms are observed. At this point, we have proper understanding of the urgency that decommissioning of equipment is not an investment asset. It's not reliable from the point of an investment. It cannot serve as a pledge. And speaking about new equipment that will be used to replace the outdated equipment will involve new costs, and this is a cross-cutting tendency for all enterprises, and we can indeed claim that the victory was there with the energy efficiency, turning the world around, a new axis in this area. Thank you very much on the part of UNIDO project. And to comment on its operations, I would like to pass the floor to Mr. Yaroslav Levko. He is the head of our corporate solution department, Department of Corporate Business at Ukrogasbank, and you'll tell us about your KYC policy, know your client policy, and the credit requirements, how to make applications, so that is of utmost interest for us now. Hello, dear ladies and gentlemen. I value now the current opportunity. I would like to extend gratitude for such a chance and present our joint project. On behalf of the Loan Guarantee Fund, I would like to state that Ukrogasbank is a prominent bank of Ukraine, and jointly with the United Nations Organization, United Industrial Development Organization, we supported financial effectiveness program through involvement of Loan Guarantee Fund. The thing is, these projects are oriented at organization of energy efficient management, optimizing energy systems and production cycles, implementation of energy efficiency at the facility per se. Before, in the beginning of our meeting, there was some issue raised regarding the price that is on offer. It's not that big. From the point of foreign direct investment, but 150,000 belong to pilot project, and that will suffice to bring into life these projects that will fulfill the tasks of energy efficiency and will make better the condition of enterprises and stabilize the market condition. The thing is, creating of projects is mostly concentrated at diminishing face value. This is achievable indirectly through potential cutting down of energy consumption and energy stake at production. What makes a Ukrainian producer competitive in the market? Speaking about requirements advanced towards the Ukrainian clients, one of key benefits I would like to single out no requirements towards credit, so to speak, credit pool. Security is one of key requirements under any credit project. This is thanks to the current realm of a banking system, since all the costs that the banks incur in case of a notary authorization or a legal support, maintenance, asset evaluation, and costs to administer all that, insurance, when added up, you will get credit value and ancillary expenditures a proper level. We will receive some rewards thanks to deployment of instruments that UNIDO proposes. And the second component belongs to financial side. Today, the bank, since there is no risk in a tariff making, to exclude the value that is normally taken to form provisions, to make provisions. Banks can get funding without making any provisions, also taking into consideration all that if we have insignificant cut down of CO2 emissions and in price setting, when it goes about interest and ecological projects that can be regulated to bring harmony into this dialogue. And when enterprises, after assessing their financial condition, and they choose the price that accommodates their needs at most, this will allow them to credit commitments properly. They can receive credit in dollar. When we bargain some credit and where Kyrgyz Bank acts as a creditor, our client will get direct access to consultancy services to a consultant. This means that technical support that can be acquired on the Ukrainian market will be catered accordingly to find an expert that has a proper experience and can ensure quality resolution to a problem. You will need time for that to spend. In our case, this is about a comprehensive approach that is to be entertained and help with its fulfillment. And another focus to make is that this project is a pilot for now, and specifics of the Ukrainian banking system will advance requirements towards a customer. You can go to a company, make an application on some financial assistance. If you are a non-resident of Ukraine and if you carry out some non-promising operations, principle of returning assets will remain in result, and all of this will be indeed topical for 3 years allegedly. Then we will elaborate the mechanism to regulate that for industrial enterprises. Another argument in defense of this aspect is that the project per se will be oriented at diminishing energy consumption. And if energy consumption is lower than 1,800 kilowatt, then we introduce thermal power as an alternative, as an analogy. If you cut down by 20%, then it will go about face value of such enterprises. If an enterprise has a lower number of personnel than 80, and if separately bank is licensed financial institution in the market, will demand submission of standalone documents that are on file in line with Ukrainian legislation. On banks and banking, then everything will be arranged in line with the requirements that you have in place. For a potential client, it is necessary to realize need in potential changes at your enterprise, and you need to go to the check of those criteria that are listed on our website for such a project. And then you can go to such an expert that can render such consultancy services. Afterwards, there will be documentary evidence for filing the project. It will be application, draft, filling out templates under credit procedures, and conditioning approval or details on the project. Technical support. For credit procedures, the bank provides analysis of financial condition, and later the hope is to get proper cut on what financial condition some company might enjoy. This is a pilot project. It has big positive in itself and the vast potential for the industrial sector of Ukraine. For successful fulfillment of these projects, legal entities and financial institutions will allow, as a consequence, development of our clients from their point of view or considering their interests. Thank you, Yaroslav. Let's sum up bullet points. If I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong, if an enterprise is an industrial entity and it operates on the market for 3 years on end, and if the market consumes more than 1,000 megawatt, and if, let's say, the market assesses energy consumption, such an enterprise at more than 1,000 megawatt, and the way employment makes, let's say, employment rate makes 1,000 units, 1,000 people are working on the board. And do you see any changes in accommodating the needs so that might be closed through the dialogue, or do you see some, let's say, flexible mechanism as a leverage to agree the rates? This mechanism is very flexible. At times we can negotiate at level of 13%. Good. And speaking about cutting the rate, yes, at times this is possible. For the preparation of cost estimates and expertise, I would like to state that we involve experts to be informed on the project developments from the point of technologies and ultimate mandates. And the main thing is that experts of international level can share some consultancy on such a project to improve it and improve indicators attached to energy efficiency, right? If UNIDO facilitates them, then we receive proper services. One of key benefits of such a product is no pledge, no security. Thanks to Loan Guarantee Fund, following these things that were initiated, it is allowed not to distract from assets and just to concentrate on money, financial resource, and without security receive the credit as it is. This means that whenever a consumer or an enterprise has such a request to credit the operations, they can enter some banking institution and submit an application for crediting. Before I started requirements that are normally advanced towards enterprises that are to be financed via credit. So there should be then energy management system in place, or if they want some system to be installed at the enterprise, then could you please comment your vision on such a system, its benefits for any enterprise, and why it's important for doing business? I will ask in Mr. Kvarko to comment. He is pretty knowledgeable on it, and based on his experience, he'll share what he has. Hello, Natalia. Thank you very much. Today we talked a lot about energy management systems, what the project has closed, and what is to be closed in Ukraine. In pursuit of these goals, for the enterprises that implemented these systems that made attempt to bring them into life and that ultimately today are successful in the deployment, prove that they can deploy either fully certified system and again evaluate the volume of money and see how to arrange logics among the resources you have and chance to receive revenue for your enterprise. Again, as Alexei has just mentioned, the ultimate mandate was to find this sweet spot, so to speak, from the saved energy investment and the energy that is consumed at enterprises can be seen. It is about huge investment inflow, and the second is slightly different point. When we make modernization at boiler without changing your equipment, we cannot do much. And this means that today project follows more on systemic approach, and it has trained lots of experts and specialists, and then it will facilitate implementation of new systems. Energy management system is always integrated into any organizational system, and it is integrated as a functional unit, and it normally pushes the management towards better energy efficiency. But among key benefits, majority of them does not always depend on your energy efficiency potential. But when you have financial benefits, most probably those who have already dealt with it, they would like to know that as any system, it will all start with politics. Without politics or the course that your enterprise chosen, fulfillment of the energy management system will not be realistic. And like in any policy, there should be some systemic component, some sort of energy efficiency management for an enterprise to see the goals that were set out and what energy efficiency indicators they enjoy at the moment. Key problem for industrial enterprises in Ukraine is that they cannot precisely speak on those integration processes that are in place and how to approach treatment of this or that commodity or produce. We can also recognize that all this will be reflected in norms from the point of factors that affect them. They do not reflect what's going on at an enterprise. And reverting to the developed policy and energy planning, we need to bring into life all this documentary inflow. New regulations should be practiced as preached, but as any system, it needs to be examined. For energy efficiency management, there is a system of audit. There is an internal audit procedure where a group of experts, specially trained experts, or invited outsourced employees, explore a way to improve the operations of some work or some plant. You can find it here and there, and when auditing and analysis of parties side is done, then the recommendations for the improvement of system per se could be elaborated so that in the end you could be able to show even higher effectiveness than it was reported before. But for energy efficiency and update of informational inflows, normally managers report on that, and they say that they spend their entities equity for covering for recovery of costs for the energy efficiency measures without spending too much money. You can get savings in money equivalent that can be invested in some more effective modernization, and that it can appear to be even more effective. And let's turn to benefits. Normally we have energy benefits and non-energy benefits. There's a very well understanding that the both are financial leverages for the company, since cut down of cost on energy use is a financial benefit, since you will always need to cover its costs more, to pay more for the production of the same volume of produce for the same number of hours when they compare this data with this that will follow. And speaking about maintenance and use costs, administration costs, they will demand calculation based on some repair weeks where you will order something from consultancy. In none of energy efficiency bodies, nobody spends that much time for implementing some measure or bringing into life some event if you do not have plan. But if you have a plan, then certainly the effectiveness of personnel will rise by 50% double time. And then for the state, for financial institutions, for everyone who wanted to invest. Invoices and bills for utility will be cut down by 20%. Even when tariff rises, it will be one thing. And if you do nothing, then your debt will get aggregated. This means that one such in time saves nine, otherwise you will be debtor. And when you participate as a participant in a debt, energy efficiency helps not only to cut some costs, to cut your financial burden, but also it helps to provide energy saving manufacturing cycle. For the implementation of energy efficiency, you will be able to save 15 kopecks per each banknote. If your implementation volume covers 100 million, then you will get lower amount to suffer from. The lower your investment inflow is, the lower the risk will be. Normally, up to 20% of savings will be achieved if energy efficiency will be modern. How much time, how much energy, how many resources will be required for the system of energy management? If you know how to control that, then we will control it. If not, then not. Optimizing working processes. And that what is meant as personnel. It is about a systemic approach. It's about procurement, technical evaluation, feasibility study, all the processes where proper processes are deployed and where the system helps to cut all these expenditures. I would like to state that without energy efficiency, the bank will think twice or even more how to provide the best option possible. Energy management system implies proper performance of any bank. All the parties participating in such an agreement will acquire those benefits that they aimed at. Now let's get down to pilot enterprises. Jumping from theory to current practice, everyone will recognize that everything in theory appears to be quite simple, while in practice there can be some sort of collision and misunderstanding. Let me share with you examples of some of the projects. In this slide, you will see some savings that were achieved over 1 year of energy management system in place. And when you calculate face value internal return, IRR, for instance, then you will make accrual on net value. And what was the effect after having 8 events accompanied by optimizing the system that was implemented together with the energy management system? We have absolutely similar processes. When you raise KPI of a thermal boiler, then nobody thinks of a simultaneous water saving, since in case of steam supply, there will be also saving of water that the chief engineer and the chief energy officers normally can be quite specific and detailed, deeper regarding assessment of credits. The second enterprise is pharmacology, pharmacy, an enterprise from pharmacy. Effect due was much higher against the previous units. And actually, inflow of flows was not that high. And after investing these amounts for 2 years, the company could recognize that the system is important for them, and it will work for them for more than 1 or 2 years. After passing recertification, this system have been in use for 4 years. 16 energy efficiency measures were developed, and you can now spot 16 plants working under this umbrella, and the factor output. Average occupancy is taken as the average value, and you can consider timeline of 1-2 years, but ultimately everyone should understand that average occupancy can be lower than that without any superpowers. Well, it means that irrespective of donors' positions, that will be absolutely feasible to get credits when your application meets our requirements. At some point, you will see that quite not each enterprise has implemented energy management systems, and their separate parts were brought into life. Be this energy efficiency measures or otherwise, keeping it in mind that the current situation allowed to project the figures in the national economy that were sonorous, and the rise of 3% to output is not something not to consider. 91 events in energy efficiency were developed, 46 kilowatt per hour were saved, and 302 tons of CO2 equivalent. That's volume of lower volume that was recorded on the book of an enterprise that passed assessment. Thank you very much for your attention. If you have some questions, please go ahead with them. Pavlo, thank you. I hope that enterprises were impressed with the figures that you demonstrated. And the thing that I would like to add is that the system of energy management is much more effective than implementation of energy management events without any, or measures without any requirements. So when some enterprise normally uses LED lamps to replace common lamps, but if LED lamps will be turned on when there is some light in your room, there will be possibility to replace your lamps. At some point, such a need can be ignored when the managers get down to it individually, but the system of energy effectiveness can showcase that the lamps will be on at 12 o'clock. And through these little steps, you will be able to understand where enterprises make steps in energy efficiency. What I would like to state is that an enterprise always understands an accountant, lawyers, but for each investment, position of an energy manager is clear, and to that it's not that pleasant to pass the floor. The representative of a company who understands why they need such an energy management system, that I would like to pass the floor to Mr. Luchinov Igor, who is a manager on energy efficiency, Svetlo Shakhtar. Igor, you're welcome. Please share your practical experience with implementation of energy effectiveness. How did it help? Hello. I'm Igor Latinin, and I belong to energy effectiveness at Kharkivsk company. I will make my best. I will do my best to achieve your dedication. As of 2019, our company implemented a number of measures to provide the saving in energy efficiency. On average, our company is one of the oldest enterprises that specializes in production of equipment for the mining industry. In our production, we have a number of technologies and such things as steel, lithium, exercise, hot galvanization, etc. Thanks to our big potential, our company continuously announces new models and we issue new models and makes, and we are there available to bring to end all the assignments and orders that we receive. And everyone who knows as well can do that on our website. This is a link that is to be placed at the later slide of the presentation. And now we will directly switch to stages of setting up energy efficiency system at your enterprise. I have already said that in 2016, energy efficiency measures were carried out in our firm, and certainly there was some effect, but unfortunately, implementation of these measures was local. It was done on spot, and our employees were involved into these projects. And management of such companies, after understanding that far not everything from their potential is in use, initiated launch of Energy Management System Plus. Under this framework, 22 operating units are set up, then competences and scopes of accountability are also defined. A number of regulations, instructions, TORs, etc. are in fact clarified. A big role in this process is given towards implementation of project that will be imported from an industrial unit of UNIDO. For the internationally qualified program, I would like to state that audit of energy management systems allowed without any break from production to enhance your quality of production at an enterprise, thanks to high level of coaches, instructors and employees that brought in new level of qualification. As a result, in January this year, we received a certificate to confirm compliance with the energy management system that will allow implementation of a new standard dated to 2009 in line with DISCO requirements. And that I would like to state that we had a few goals regarding implementation of the program. This is energy efficiency initiative that's aimed at economy of resources and economic effect. The main thing about it is building up a curve on electricity consumption. It was about the following indicators of 2018, taking into account capacity per 1 kilowatt hour, then degrees of warming up. Then there were ultimate goals set out. There was a pool of events that might allow achievement of these tasks that were set out before them. The results did not let us wait for a long time, and then 84,000 tons of conventional fuel was recorded, and that was 50% of consumed gas and electricity. 776 tons goes for the last year, and Speaking about this year, we will have 717 tons, and the current amount is very big. It's substantial. Systemic works are being undertaken to cut down the costs of Shakhtar. For the costs incurred, our enterprise became more energy efficient, and it cut the costs of an enterprise per se. And speaking about the savings that were aimed at developing enterprise and production and train, requalify our personnel, and that I would like to dwell on barriers that we faced. This information will be indeed very interesting for other enterprises. That's something that they will face while implementing this system in their companies. Speaking about these barriers and implementation of energy management system, I would like to say that this process is for not a cyclic process. It is formalized with some strikes as victories. We have a plan and some deliverables, some effect to achieve. And once we set out one plan, doesn't mean that we needed to make changes as soon as problems arose. And speaking about such type of works, this is not systemic, and that will be year in, year out. And speaking about bi-weekly indicators, like everywhere around at any enterprise, you will see that such underlying indicators were collected, and statistics were built up on that as a basis, and that we needed to make calculation for parallel indicators and computer regression models showing effectiveness of such a model and possibility of such models depending on pigments and certain share of consumption. This proves that you should leave court settlements in case if some fake data is submitted. The second course is about energy management system. Quite often, nobody poses such a question as how to save, why do we need it? This means that we needed to create a number of workshops and carry them out with our employees to raise the culture of energy effectiveness and tell them all the benefits and disadvantages of the system. And another barrier is their lower motivation. Where there was some involvement of personnel into this work up, we liberated the regulation on incentives, fuel for economic deployment and storage of energy. There was a system for monitoring and administration of workflow aside from a premium settlement system. When there is some indicative improvements, then it should be recorded on a system. The next thing is putting on balance a number of items. For instance, in case one, before we had some commercial records that allowed regressional models to set up, we needed to implement defragmentation by workshops and production sites. We decided to implement technical audit and a system for record keeping output that allowed us to set up more effective models for prognoses, forecast outlooks, and development of business model. And another thing is the resistance of employees towards changes. This does occur since they might need to say no to their old good habits and traditions. This is otherwise a good signal that new changes and new wind of change is coming. That's what we should take for granted and get accommodated ourselves properly. We had meetings, we worked in workshops And we discussed why these changes occur at present and what will happen if we do not respond now. This means that our personnel supported us and that did not allow to implement effectively a system of energy management. After summarizing, I would like to conclude that in case when somebody asks you regarding need to implement energy efficiency, what will your answer be then? I'd support fully such a system, since when you provide thoughtful approach to this and analyze the structures and energy consumption, implementation, development of events in energy effectiveness, and verification of results due helped us. And quite often this mechanism will evolve as a leverage, for instance, to impact demand on energy resources and availability of our resources for the moment. That we can add or add adjustments for some enterprises when such a need is there. For economy, due to operations of such enterprises, I'd like to state that there was a timely notice on adjustments or on deviations, and then in case if some site failed, then we went together with our managerial unit right to the hotspot. And besides a big number of events, meaning organizational events, and this that will require not so many investment, were in question. And the next thing is to improve operational work, new technological processes, and setting up a new economical procedure. Extra financial source is required, and that will be a new possibility to finance optimization of energy enterprise in our case. Thank you very much for your attention. Later, I will answer your questions. Igor, thank you very much for your presentation. You have responded to such popular questions. Now, could you please tell us how much did it cost you to build up such a modern system? Yes, we spent 350,000 Ukrainian hryvnia for implementing the system. And how much did you save? 16.5 million for 3 years. This means that majority of savings were accounted for the first year, and we could see a big economy, and immediately to many sites we could find disconformities that were elicited, and that meant that huge economical volumes were generated without any investment inflow and changes in behavior of your employees. What did you have in mind? As my colleagues put it, 4 of us before that, our employees worked in a workshop lane, and that is why they will tend to cross this lane. And when there is a need to replace these lamps and culture of energy consumption, it's impossible to bring it all into life. Thank you, Igor. And I've got another question to Pavlo. How much time generally will you need to bring into life a system of energy effectiveness? Again, everything will depend on the volume of an enterprise. But in any case, my understanding is that HANA system will not function throughout one day cereal, it will function within duration of 1 year, half year. We need to cover all seasons, all time schedules, all time slots. Since the approval procedure is complicated and implementation of these approaches is also heavy, and optimizing implementation of it all, when it goes about some enterprise, then in a couple of years, the results that you have just voiced are absolutely brilliant. If you have something to add, you're welcome. In our case, this took us 1 year and a half, but taking into account these barriers that I named, a big time span was spent we need to explain what is to be done to be able to get feedback, quality level, for them to be able to implement the system at par. How will management assess potential for the improvement of energy management at your enterprise? Are they interested in continuous improvement? Igor, what can you say about it? Without managerial support, we did not reach this goal. Energy management system is built up on the fact that top managers of our enterprise had to be interested in that, and they also aimed at developing the enterprise, and they confirmed their interest in doing so in the future. And speaking about the attitude of enterprise owners, you have already changed their habits and understanding of what energy effectiveness is. What is their current perception for your ideas and improvements? Better use of electricity at the production side. Actually, I do not rank it as positive, since there can be some hazard because of that. But when you receive sort of premiums for it, when they make an attempt and they try and install the systems following our recommendations, and they claim that even at home they can do something, and for their family budget they can earn some amount, I should say that the experience proves a positive practice, and for the employees that treat positively what we have, it becomes easier and easier for new employees that are incoming to an enterprise to bring into life. Thank you very much, Igor. Thank you. That you share this experience with us. It's always a pleasure to hear a top expert that deals with this topic in detail. Another prominent expert, knowledgeable one in implementation of energy efficiency technologies at production. Marina Velskovets is an energy manager at the Starta Kyiv, a very big company. And we are indeed very interested in that, since we as experts in energy efficiency quite often show that even without recognizing that the current sugar plant is one of the most indicative from the point of energy effectiveness systems, and quite often we believe that your company makes a projection of a leader in this market, a role model. We would like to hear your view on how energy efficiency system worked and what problems
Вітаю, шановні
do you
колеги.
find in it. Hello, dear
Сьогодні
colleagues.
я рада презентувати успішний досвід Астарти у впровадженні систем
I will
енергоменеджменту
present
на наших
deliverables
цукрових
from
заводах.
Astarta's
Декілька головних
experience at
аспектів
some
про
sugar plants.
діяльність
A
агрохолдингу
few
Астарта Київ в
aspects
Україні.
for
Ми
agro
вже працюємо
company
більш ніж
Astarta
27
in
років.
Ukraine. We have been working
Нашій
for
компанії
27 years.
ми є лідером номер 1 у виробництві цукру в Україні. Ми маємо другий за потужністю в Україні соєпереробний завод.
We have a second by
Загальна
capacity.
потужність переробки цукрового буряка на заводах Астарти може складати понад 40 тисяч тонн. Ми побудували за фінансування міжнародних установ 7 потужних елеваторних комплексів загальною потужністю більш ніж 500 тисяч тонн одночасного зберігання зерна. І також ми є виробниками номер 1 товарного молока в Україні. Це якщо взагалі про наші потужності. Стосовно енергоефективності для Астарти це є питання актуальним вже давно. Ми співпрацюємо з міжнародними фінансовими установами з 2012 року, після того, як вийшли на IPO на Варшавську біржу. Ми торгуємося більш ніж 10 років. Ми є підписантами договору ООН з метою, цілею якої є ресурсозбереження і збереження клімату в світі. Тому, якщо говорити про цукрове виробництво, частка енергоспоживання у вартості виробництва цукру становить від 20 до 15%, і це є друга складова у собівартості цукру після сировини. Тому це є актуальним питанням як для кредиторів, які нас кредитують, так само і для нас, як виробників цукру. Так.
And this is interesting for us. So sugar producers as well as for everyone else. Maria, sorry, we cannot see your presentation. Could you please put it up on screen once again? Most probably it makes sense to start anew.
Дякую, що зупинили. Так.
Please show us the presentation. We need to turn on demonstration on screen.
Так, чудово.
Так, тепер
It's perfect. We can see it now.
Якщо можна, включіть F5.
If possible, please turn on F5.
Або так, там. Нажимайте.
Так.
Це добре. Бачимо. Продовжуйте, вибачте.
Да, рада, що ви мене бачили цей час. Так, ось це наш цукровий завод, на якому було вирішено пілотне впровадження системи енергоменеджменту в 2015 році. І це Новооржицький цукровий завод. Він був новопридбаним на той час для Астарти Київ, і планувалось багато модернізацій, і колектив, який був технічним, досить експертний тоді був на той час серед заводів Астарти.
From Astarta plant.
Ну і знову повернусь до своєї тексту. Стосовно ресурсозбереження, яке вимагають від нас наші кредитори, наші акціонери. І так як це збігається з нашими цілями, як компанія, яка торгує на IPO своїми акціями, то з 2008 року за фінансування ми впроваджуємо програми модернізації БАТ стосовно економії природного газу, електроенергії, води. Перша хвиля БАТ нам дозволила зекономити природний газ на 16%, електроенергії на 107% і води до 16%. Друга хвиля БАТ нам дозволила зекономити природний газ, 16% вже на даний час 10% природного газу, 12% електроенергії і 26%
standing at level of 10% for gas and 20% for water.
По системі енергоменеджменту з 15 року, яку ми почали впроваджувати, ми сформували, визначили пілотний проєкт Новооржицький цукровий завод, на той час був потужність 6 тисяч, на даний час це другий потужності завод в Україні. За даними Укрцукру, його потужність складає більш ніж 8,5 тисяч тонн переробки буряку на добу. По програмі, після того, як ми визначили
Following
сторону проєкту, ми
program.
сформували команду експертів, які
We,
складали з технічного менеджера заводу і
built up
фахівці
a
центрального офісу.
family of
Так співпало в той
technicians
час,
and
що ми якраз
those who worked at
познайомились з
HQ.
проєктом UNIDO, який зайшов в Україну.
So that
І
you need a project that
зорі
entered
зійшлись, і ми вивчили більш ніж
the
25
market, proved that they were to start
25
making it a
фахівців Астарта
skyline
Київ
and
з різними
later
програмами
following a variety of
технічних
programs
експертів
and
ЮНІДО,
technical
з стисленого
experts
повітря, з вентиляції, ну і
UNIDO
головне це
appeared to
експертів
be
з
indeed
впровадження системи
non-conventional.
енергоменеджменту на промислових підприємствах. Наступним кроком
That
це
originates
було
from the requirements to energy
методологію
effectiveness
завдяки
in industry.
отриманому досвіду
For the
знанням
methodology,
в ЮНІДО ми застосували
the knowledge
інструмент
that
з
was
регресійного аналізу для визначення
acquired from UNIDO.
унормованого базису нашого і розробили
We
адаптовані
regulated
документи
proper
нашої
legislation
корпоративної інтегрованої
and
системи, що вже
adopted
діяла в Астарті,
our corporate
до
system
вимог
that
ISO
functioned
50001.
in Europe
І
in
під
line
час
with the
наступного
one for
хвилі
one
модернізації на цього заводу ми вже
regulation.
використовували інструменти
And before that
регресійного
moment,
аналізу
we
і
used to refer to
застосовували розроблені
reflexive
документовані
tests,
процедури для ремонтів,
development of
ремонтів обладнання і модернізації виробництва.
equipment and accessories
Наступним кроком ще до
were
сертифікації
identical
було розроблення роботи режимів
to what we
роботи
planned.
обладнання, щоб досягти цільових
for the
показників
operational
енергоефективності.
node and to be able
І
to achieve
визначення
proper indicators.
наших
I would like
KPI для
say
того, щоб ми могли
that
досягти
KPI
в кінці
able
року і
to get by the
проаналізувати,
end of
чи
the
ми
year
були
and
енергоефективними,
analyze whether we
енергорезультативними.
were energy
Іншим
effective
інструментом було
and whether we could
застосування
help with
визначення,
energy
аналізування
consultativeness.
кореневих причин у випадках перевитрат, які
Work
стаються
out
на
key
виробництві,
reasons
або зупинок
get
виробництва.
rid
Також ці інструменти
some
ми
expenditures,
використовуємо для
can
аналізування
service burden.
економії енергетичних
Some metrics
ресурсів.
is
Тобто в
used
ті
to
періоди, коли в нас
analyze
було визначено
savings of
економія
energy
досягнута,
resources.
і ми
Some
визначаємо
moments we will
причини,
see
щоб
that
потім
some goal
застосовувати
has
на
been
інших заводах або
achieved
під
and
час
to be
наступного
equal
сезону, що
to
ось
achieve the
тут
same in
було
other plants.
якраз оптимальний наш режим роботи. Давайте зробимо стандартну операційну процедуру, якраз по таким показникам будемо працювати, щоб досягати більших результатів.
You will see our outlook
Наступним
and you
етапом
could
для
hear me how
впровадження
we
системи
approach
енергетичного
resolving of this
менеджменту на
problem
заводі
so
було
that every time
застосовано
when we build up
аналізування
another block
результативності.
higher than
Ми
the
його
previous, we
проводимо у
could
формі
be
щоденних
governed
нарад,
by some
стендапів,
regulations so that
у формі
we're
бесід з
there to help us
працівниками для того, щоб
play
розуміти,
fair.
у них було
For
досягнуто
the
розуміння
employees,
працівниками,
there was a
що
sufficient
таке їх
understanding
ключові
reached
показники, які в наш KPI на кожному робочому
what is
місці, для того, щоб
KPI
розуміти,
at each
щоб
job to be
вони
able
розуміли,
to
наскільки важливо
understand
для нас
how important it
досягнення
is to
показників
achieve
енергоефективності.
indicators of energy effectiveness.
Наступним етапом
And the
для
next
впровадження СЕМ це було
thing
проведення
is
серії внутрішніх аудитів.
series of internal
Ми
auditing,
робимо 2 цикли внутрішніх аудитів на наших заводах.
60
Один
minutes
є в ремонтний період,
them
тому що виробництво
discussed
цукру це є
in our
сезонне
facilities.
виробництво. І
So
ремонтний
it's about
період у
seasonal
нас досить тривалий.
production,
З червня
and this
місяця
cycles
починається і
normally
до
very
початку
long,
сезону цукроваріння.
and
збору
they start with
цукрових
the
буряків,
beginning
який
of
триває
seasonal
приблизно
beetroot.
з вересня в даний рік ось по кінець листопада збираються
Until the end of
буряки, і в
November,
цей час якраз працює цукровий
salesmen,
завод.
salesmen normally get together and
І в
they
цей час
migrate
проводиться
to
також у
special
виробничий період
plant to see
внутрішні
how it all
аудити.
works.
І потім
And then there
перед
is an
сертифікацією
analysis
ми
suggested
аналізуємо,
taking pertinent data for the
проводимо аналізи
certification.
сторони вищого керівництва всієї системи, які
Also
показники ми
top
досягнені,
management,
які були
what
помилки, які
indicators
були
have been
труднощі,
achieved,
і
what
які були
difficulties were in
ефекти
place,
від нашої
and
роботи,
what
результати від
problem
роботи системи
was
енергоменеджменту на
that,
заводі.
and
І
what
хочу
is to be
сказати,
done
що
about
сертифікацію наші заводи
instructions. I would
проходять
like
з
to say
16-го
that
року. На
certification
даний
is
час в
an
Астарті
issue with our
сертифіковано
plants at each of
більш ніж
from
5
the
підприємств за цим стандартом.
from
Охоплено,
2016.
взагалі всі заводи Астарти охоплені системами
plants
ISO.
are
На
all
3
tuned
цукрових
in
заводах впроваджено ISO 50001.
the grid.
і
and they
сертифікуються
work under
щорічно.
150 kilowatt.
По заходам, які нам допомогли цього
For the
досягнути,
measures that helped
можна
us reach
назвати,
this,
розділити їх на організаційні заходи і на
you
затратні
can have
заходи.
organizational and
До
cost blocks.
організаційних можна
For
віднести контроль
organizational
споживання
issues,
ресурсів,
you can account control
агітація на
the
місцях, яка
preparation of
проводиться, так само як і
resources,
співбесіди на
education,
місцях, навчання
interviews,
операційного
job
персоналу
interviews and
до
training
сезону цукроваріння. Тобто ми проводимо велику
personnel.
кампанію навчання і приділяємо велику частку
We will train
ресурсів для
your
цього.
personnel and we will allocate
Основним, звичайно,
resources for
організаційним
that.
заходом це
Main
є енергетичне
thing
планування,
about
застосування
them is
енергетичного
energy
аналізу.
planning
Ну і
and
також
use of
сертифікацію ми відносимо до
energy
організаційних
language.
заходів, тому що
For
це досить
certification, that is
стимулюючий
an
інструмент
organizational
для всіх працівників
thing
заводу.
that
До
can be
цього
also
аудиту всі готуються, всі є трошки напруження таке є.
stimulating.
От що також
to
є
push everything
позитивним
forward.
моментом у
This is
роботі
also
заводу.
very
Ну,
important
до затратних
for
заходів,
modernizing
зрозуміло, це
and
модернізації,
upgrading the capacities of any plant.
різноманітні інноваційні
Number
застосування
of innovative
технологій, про які вже
applications,
говорила
technologies
програма
that
ПАК.
I have already
На цьому
mentioned.
слайді я демонструю, показую вам,
All of them should be
що ми
reflected
маємо на
on
увазі під
table.
моніторингом енергоефективності.
For monitoring of
Енергоємності
energy
нашого заводу на
efficiency,
виробництво
I would
це
like to
є
state
якраз
that
регресійний аналіз нашої роботи. Тут
we
ми бачимо
encounter
зеленим
regressive
це наша ціль,
analysis of our
яка стоїть перед виробництвом. Очікувана це
green. You will
розраховувана
have a curve that will allow
енергоємність
production,
виробництва
then
переробки
you will
цукрового
see
буряка.
capacity,
І червоним це фактична, яка в нас є
and
під
the
час
green
сезону нашого
you will
виробництва.
see what we have at
Тут ми можемо
seasonal change
демонструю
when
вам
production is on.
також результат планування, який
Outline
застосовується
Rate to
у
your
вигляді
attention,
при
focus on
енергетичному
planning,
плануванні. Да, от верхній графік
planning,
бачить нашу
upper
лінію тренду
corner
споживання природного
is
газу на
a
тонну
corner
переробки
that will
буряка.
witness
І
consumption
так
per
як вона
one
рухається вниз, тобто як фахівці
ton
можуть,
of
експерти можуть
beetroot
сказати, що
and
ми
generational electricity
працюємо
accordingly
успішно
in
і
kilowatts.
результативно в
Today we are
напрямку
very
зменшення
successful
наших
as a resultant.
енергетичних, тобто ми є енергетично ефективними,
From the point
тому
of
що ця
cutting
пряма
energy
рухається
costs, we
вниз.
are absolutely
По нашим досягненням
beyond. We
також
have
можу
high level of
сказати, що
literacy.
окрім трендів, які можуть демонструвати наукові
But from
дані,
trends
то
that
є
can
і
be
цифри, які
shown,
люблять
there is a
фінансисти,
number
тобто ми
of figures.
показуємо, що з 12-го року взагалі по
Starting
заводам
with
старти у нас було середнє
2012,
споживання природного газу на тонну переробки буряка майже
consumption
30
of
метрів
natural gas.
кубічних, то на 19-му році ця цифра склала
Treatment of beetroot,
23 метри кубічні на
we
тонну
have
переробки
23
цукрового
cubic
буряка. Тобто ми
meters
знизили
in treatment
досить
of
ефективно, показуємо свої темпи зниження споживання цукрового буряка. Ну, звичайно, без великих модернізацій, таких великих цифр не
big
покажуть,
optimization
але
will not have anything
можна
substantial to suggest
показувати,
on the
назвати
Pina's
цифри,
position.
що, наприклад,
But we can
економія
refer to such figures
на
as
організаційних
saving
заходів нами була прорахована
organizational
для того,
events
щоб показати
where there
ось
was
нашу,
proper cost
ми отримали
estimate in
відзнаку
place.
за це, за те, що
We received even
відзнаку лідерства.
award for
Перше
leadership in this
підприємство
case.
в Україні, яке
This enterprise
подало
that operated
своє,
in Ukraine
прийняло участь у такому конкурсі, і ми отримали
participated in such
відзнаку
a
від
contest.
Міністерства чистої енергії,
Received
Астарта Київ,
award
Новоржицький
from the
завод
Ministry
цукровий
of Clean
за
Energy,
сертифікацію, тобто за досягнення лідерстві в сертифікації
Dornicki
50 тисяч один.
plant,
То організаційні
Certification
заходи на
50,001,
цьому заводі дозволили
as
зекономити
well as
250 тисяч
organizational
доларів.
charts
Тобто
allowed
тільки
to
організаційні заходи,
save
тобто незатратні, дали нам таку можливість економії. Ну і можна сказати, що це
and
досить
I can say that we were very
стимулює
successful
наше
saving, and this
керівництво,
stimulates our
наші
management a
цілі,
lot.
наші мета,
Our goals, our
старти
objective
є
with the startup.
бути лідером в галузі серед
To be a
такої мети, як
leader in such a
ресурсоефективність.
field
Ми
as energy
застосовуємо принцип
effectiveness.
циркулярної економії для
Principle of
зменшення
circular
наших
economy
відходів
should be
виробничих
considered.
і зменшення СО2, сліду
our
СО2, це
approaches,
є одним з
diminishing
пріоритетом
CO2
для нашої
that
компанії.
will be analyzed from the point of
Дякую вам за те,
value
що
and
дали
weight
можливість
the number of
презентувати наш
specific
досвід
factors.
Астарти. Якщо є питання, прошу.
If you have some questions, please.
В нас є питання
You're welcome. Thank you, Maria. We have a question here. We do not have your contacts. How can we get back to you? What is your contact?
Підкажіть,
I
яким
want
чином,
to get back
якщо
to
є
you.
потреба,
What is
можете
the
мене
way to
знайти
do
і в
that?
Фейсбуці, або звернутися до
If you're interested,
організаторів,
please
я
find me on
залишу вам
Facebook
свої
or go to
контакти, будь
organizers and I
ласка.
will leave you
Якщо буде
my
цікаво,
contacts.
комусь
If somebody
завжди рада
is
відповісти
interested,
на питання.
I will be always open, positive and ready to respond. Those who would like to stay with Maria,
Звертайтесь, будь ласка, до організаторів проєкту ЮНІДА. Я думаю, що їх контакти 100% тут.
their contacts by 100%
так.
will be available there.
Питання апотеки.
And another topics to consider. Energy effectiveness management can be of different patterns. 50,001. This is a compliance regulation for it. And the thing is, your enterprise continuously reissues certificates to prove such things. What is benefit of such a certification
Я вже
for your
зазначала,
employees?
що
As
дійсно
I have
кожне
already
підприємство до
mentioned, each
сертифікації готується.
employee,
Це є як
each
таким
employer
екзаменом. Ми
should get its
намагаємось
employees
підтягнути
prepared for such
всі будь-які
exams.
там хвостики, які можуть бути там десь не
Where
так
all the
увагу
ends will be
приділяєш
tailored,
під час виробництва,
and
тому
you
що
do not pay
досить
so much attention
складний
throughout
сезон.
production,
І
since
це
this
сезонне
is a
виробництво, і
very
це
difficult
досить
period.
складно.
This
Специфіка
is
є
indeed very
така. Тому
complicated due to
сертифікація є таким
specifics of doing
добрим
business,
екзаменом,
and the
і люди дійсно
specifications
готуються до
are a good
цього.
example, and
Це
people are
стимулює,
getting prepared
якщо
to
не
pass
менше,
exams
бути
on their
зібраним з точки
competence
зору
and level of
організаційним.
mastering such standards.
По
That will be another
представленню,
proof
тобто,
of your
наприклад, якщо говорити
professionalism.
про наші фінансові установи, які фінансують нам МФК, то одним з критеріїв роботи, успішної роботи з фінансовими корпораціями є дотримання якраз сертифікації, дотримання планів сертифікації, які перед нами ставлять і вимоги. Ми показуємо, що так, дійсно, ми сертифіковане підприємство, ми успішно проходимо сертифікаційні аудити. Є, звичайно, під час самих сертифікацій, аудитів, це не прийшли там, поговорили, як все чудово, і подивилися на нашу презентацію. Дійсно, аудитори знаходять якісь невідповідності. Вони можуть знайти і давати нам зауваження щодо роботи. Це якраз є таким важелем, що ти можеш відкрито їм показувати всю свою роботу, а тобі показують, що ось тут в тебе є ресурс для покращення, і можна потім ефективно застосувати ці покращення, реалізувати їх на наступний сезон, отримавши ще більше результатів в роботі, тобто стати ще ресурсоефективнішим.
So that such a resource could be even more profitable. But such players as EBRD, if you would like to get financing on their side, does it mean that we need a system? Is it a system that is compliant with the standards?
Це і БР, це і АФС, і МФК, тобто всі установи фінансові, яких ми залучали кошти. Дійсно, в них є план, з яким і САП, з яким ми працюємо, і там є якраз відповідність. Це дозволяє, крім того, тобто виконання цього САПу дозволяє знизити процент кредитування.
SAP allows to cut down volume of crediting, and the main question is whether you have some figure for the fee price of such certificate. So how much time will it take to get such a certificate?
Отримання сертифікату не гарантує кошти.
Speaking about receipt of a certificate, there is no guarantee for that.
Ми початок нашого впровадження десь був в 15-му році. Наприкінці 15-го року ми сформували команду. Сертифікація у нас відбулася під час сезону в 16-му році. Якщо брати за нормальну практику, то це від півроку до 9 місяців успішної, тобто плідної роботи підприємства, команди підприємства для того, щоб підготувати систему до сертифікації. Кошти, це, в принципі, це, напевно, буде
also a point in
залежати
getting
від
prepared for
масштабу вашого
certification. And
підприємства.
depending
Зазвичай
on
всі
the scale of
консультанти
your
орієнтуються на
enterprise, normally
кількості ваших працівників, з ким їм
everyone
придеться
is oriented at number of
співпрацювати. Ну і
employees
також
to work with.
від,
And
скажімо, ресурсів, які ви використовуєте. Це може
that will be
бути
used.
як електроенергія або природний газ,
This
чи є у вас
can be
ТЕЦ, чи ТЕЦ немає. І,
electricity,
звичайно,
natural gas, whether you have a
можливо,
civil power
я
civil
вам
station or not.
як вілку можу не назвати, то орієнтовно
I cannot
це може
give you a
від
fork
200 тисяч
here.
гривень впровадження.
Initial
Це
cap
за,
is
скажімо
200,000
так, це
Ukrainian
кошти, які
hryvnia.
ми витратите
This
на
is
консультантів.
the
Ну, це
money
все одно залежить від масштабу.
for
Це може
consultants,
бути
but
більше
again,
або
everything
менше.
will depend.
Тут наступне моє запитання.
Somebody will get more, somebody lower.
Залучати сторонніх консультантів для того, щоб
How effective is it
систему і для того, щоб
to involve side experts to pass a certification? What is your experience regarding raising service providers, organizations
Дійсно,
that help you do
не
that?
дивлячись на те, що ми підготували свій
Irrespective of
персонал
the fact
завдяки
that we
проекту ЮНІТО,
prepared it all,
без консультантів ми не
without
обходились, ми
consultant,
залучали консультантів до цієї роботи. Безпосередньо Павло
consultant,
Бертко був задіяний в роботі
number of,
впровадженні нашої
experts
системи, за
into
що ми
it.
йому дуже вдячні.
And
І
we're indeed
не
very
зупиняючись на
grateful
тому,
for you for
тобто
that.
кожен при переході на нову версію ми також
Switching
залучали
to new
консультантів,
version,
тому що
we needed
немає пророку в
new
своєму отечестві, ніколи не
ideas,
завжди
and
є якась стороння експертна думка
there's always
і
some
сторонній
side
погляд
expertise,
в тому, що ви
some
не
alternative
зашорені якимись
viewpoint,
своїми цифрами і
whether there
баченням.
is some
Консультанти бачать багато
woven
підприємств, і дійсно
following
їх
horizon or
практика,
not.
тобто в цих питаннях набагато велика,
In such
тому
cases, you
моя
can be,
порада і
for
наш
instance,
досвід це успішний досвід залучення консультантів до цієї роботи.
to involve consultants to this work. Thank you very much, Maria. Thank you for your experience. Thank you for inspiring all other enterprises and change behavior of your employees at enterprises, since they can effectively treat training, learning. And thank you that you
Дякую вам
regularly
дуже за
come down
запрошення.
to.
Дякую.
Thank you for your invitation. We have another very interesting illustration regarding application of technologies in the production of boards. Dmitry Sukhavi, you're welcome to report. You'll tell us about your experience at production. Okay, thank you. Hello, I represent Kyiv carton plant. Our production consists of 3 main cycles. First, we produce paper that serves as a basis for it all. This is different type of papers and cartons. For production of electricity, we have a gas turbine Siemens setup. You can learn more official information on our website. And that I would like to say more on integrated systems. We deal with development of quality systems, ecology, normatives, and safety systems and supply chains. Now we develop energy management systems. Our plan is to enter market in January with certification. Now we finalize with generation of all attached documents. Then we will get prepared for certification, and ultimately there is a wish to make that we all started with UNIDA. Plant was a pilot, and we gained very good experience in training. And then we inherited part of production for trainings and for its use in practice. I would like to single out key issues in such a system. Everyone says basic lines. What does it mean? Under the framework of this conference, I would like to give you responses. There is a difference from generalized standards in energy effectiveness, and to be able to master management of a company, we need to measure all these factors in a correct way. We look into process modeling. This is a simplified version. Then you also see a strain of factors of impact that quite often are ignored. And to be able to control properly all these operations, to regulate critical parameters, we need to scan some information on entries and exits. This means it makes sense to analyze, assess, and make decisions on some information. For counters of expenditures, nobody guarantees correct taking of resolutions, and the quality analysis there will be undertaken. I do not want to focus on anything here, how well it is regulated. Capacity having 50.36 for a basic line. For 2 months in production, we had 1 ton or several tons of produce used for generation of electricity. One of business lines remains at the regression, and this is a simplified description of a business line, and showing such a case, you can go for it, and all the dots that are lying higher belong to energy efficiency. And when, for instance, there is an axis and some dots follow below this axis, then it will prove saving. And speaking about output, generally there was cut down for the resource, and in 0 cases there is some basic provision. Basic demand is available at all stations. It is again comparable with how much electricity was generated, etc. And now let's look into an option of general needs. Following generated electricity and the resources in use indicators that were made mean for the produce and construction works for a business line. They pass 0 indicator, and if to go that way, then 80% of enterprises will evaluate their energy effectiveness consequently. And now let's go from the point where the crossroad of these 2 approaches was met. One of them
на общей основе, и зачастую на всех наших производственных процессах и предприятиях, в том числе у нас так же само, в принципе, пока мы...
It's about the modern technologies, state-of-the-art novelties that today we aim at bringing in to the manufacturing cycle. If to follow basic line, energy effectiveness goes lower the axis. And if you will see highlights in red, then dots along the basic line will show excessive expenditures. That I would like to concentrate your attention on shaping basic line in a process. Normally, you can make cost estimate for weights. Then you took some values and you calculated it all. And for the production cycle, I will show you the data that we collect. Environmental data. And we also collect some data on appropriation of resources. In collecting data, it's better to have 1 year. As an optimum solution, there will be only 1 year how to get rid of such resource. We have ratios for regression. This is a mathematical arithmetical model for calculating resources. You will notice these formulas and this process are basic for the block energy line. Energy efficiency indicators showing separate use of electricity, temperature ups and downs, and impact on environment, weight per any make or produce made. When we make calculation for a basic line, we get outlook for utility of resources that will be similar to it. And when we compare current expenditures with basic expenditures, we will fix deviations of our current costs from the one that we could fix if the condition of energy effectiveness system will be the same. And then after computing algorithm, we can calculate total for it for some period in time. This is very good from the point of tracking and resultativeness. And that I would like to share my vision on cumulative indicator per resources. And it's indeed very useful and informative. When we have identical indicators for it all, then your data will be aggregated in the top block. If it goes otherwise, then these values will be indicated in the lower block. And these graphs are normally updated with discretion by blocks. And you can spot how we can move today, breaks and spots. And following the rules in use, we can add another target line, but I didn't have any wish under this presentation to overload you. The same is about cumulative amount. And judge how effective some repair works or implementation of some know-how or innovation were arranged. You can spot that electricity was marked in blue and modernization was carried out. We have underlined savings 2,146 kilowatt per hour from the period from August the 15th through November the 15th. Then you can see consumption of electricity after basic indicator and breakdown of these indicators in terms of hours. To provide better visible materials, I would like to demonstrate the same process where sampling was taken for modernization that was basic production line that was made mean, but it does not share any information by all factors. We had a curve of 2020, auto modernization is green, and you can see how well it has become.
Что хотелось бы отметить при внедрении
I would like
стандартов?
to note that while implementing the standards, it's absolutely perfect. And that classical approach that we had for some makes of produce, we had deviation of 40%. And to calculate quality and quantity models, we need to be indeed very scrupulous about the components of this process and some measurements of its properties that are not void and that can indeed impact the process, how to collect this data. And as a result, what will we have? We can control any changes that were encountered financially. This is a very good feedback. We can single out some problems, but also lots of other cities also who were working in energy effectiveness proved that this is possible. And if this model is non-biased, it requires further analysis to be deployed further on. If we find some deviations, then there should be raised a question to technologists, most probably that might have been some requirement that had to be fulfilled, but realizing this feedback stimulates quite well. Energy effectiveness experts in cooperation, they can speak that they influence process, and respectively, there are some motivational, not components, but factors or regions. That's about all with me. Thank you, Dmitro. Your presentation was indeed professional. Professional analysis is indeed very important and it provides lots of benefits. For that, I will have some questions. Did you have any problems? For instance, was there a time where using this instrument, enterprise could support and prevent some gas problems or freeze because new equipment for UNIDO, we took as a basis electricity generation capacities. They had 3 turbines in their operations. There was more capacity for steam, and based on these models,
то на тот момент было уже замечено, что при некоторых режимах работы нашей генерации
Taking the regime that we supported the electricity generation, we made lower consumption and raised energy effectiveness. This cycle was not sustainable, and at daily monitoring for financial side of the issue, for an enterprise generally, this can be the case on the month in, month out, or in some specific months. Whenever it goes about household counters, where you will be able to draw up conclusion and analysis on what is to be done. We evaluated such opportunities, and there were other problems, and everyone agreed that we should work under the conditions that we set up. We were functioning quite well, and one of the emergencies that arose at an enterprise lasted for more than 1 month, when with an accounting office and the administration brought together. And at the point where we didn't receive any feedback, for this involved some barriers. These methods of evaluation were correct. They provide very good results in energy effectiveness, and we can deploy them continuously and make them better always. At times, we should raise energy effectiveness and change it. This means that energy effectiveness should modify all the factors that we collect, should be checked by regression analysis. It's a very good instrument, and we can use the impact of each of these factors and suggest correlations. But meanwhile, there can be another quality analytical model to improve feedback and to be able to provide weighted resolution commentaries. Thank you. This is the last question. All our international partners and quantitative experts in energy efficiency state that Chief Energy Officer and Chief Engineer are absolutely different jobs. I'm a Deputy Chief Energy Officer, and I've got a question. Whether there is a need to discern energy manager, energy project manager, even if he is deputy project manager, or otherwise, or we can mix it all, and do you think that we can focus everyone? Per each enterprise, we have our energy offices. We have a very big enterprise, and all the technical issues for the process will be their burden. Our task will be to secure functional work This is about partnership for supplies. And when we see total volume, we can add another person or some staff. Everything will depend on some employee. If some employee can combine all that, this is one thing. If not, then not. If he needs some assistance, then let him go for it. Then we should add one entity to secure integrity. In our department, we're not accountable for water supplies. Such a resource should be accounted if it's deployed in big volume. You can use rules, regulations to disseminate all this. For employees, we will discuss whether employees will be able to combine or not some operations. Thanks a lot to everyone who reported today. While wrapping it up, I would like to state that energy effectiveness and industry are this fields that bring people to development. Energy effectiveness is an instrument. It's not in vain that we mention it. Our partners also like to expand this concept. This is an instrument to deploy. Quite a lot of enterprises working in EU today refer to it as a salvation. And in fact, if Ukraine is after the wave, it is expected in line with the best practices and technologies and certainly experience that the EU has and globally available. That is the reason why I would like to extend another time gratitude, since they share the stories on such common instruments as energy efficiency, since it is high caliber, and they believe that they know how to implement all that in production. They have developed a new financial instrument that will resolve a very difficult problem, meaning getting financing and access to financial resources. Many thanks to all the speakers and organizers. And for a final word, I would like to invite Sergei Vorovsky, that's UNIDO's expert, that will bring in other conclusions for the event. Natalia, thank you very much. If to be frank, I liked session 2 quite a lot. It was an open, transparent, powerful session, not only on the framework of this event where we will conclude all the deliverables. I believe that it's indeed critical to provide cohesion between all the reports and the reports of all the state agencies that exercise administration and control, and financial institutions that stage with reports, as our colleague from Ukregets Bank did. This is a demonstration of extraordinary mega potential from the point of implementing energy effectiveness in a variety of sectors of industry. On the other hand, so the first session had it, all the international trends, technologies, and legal initiatives that have already been developed or that today remain at a legal completion side. They will demand entrepreneurs to become even more productive. And that I would like to extend gratitude to the participants of session 2, where Natalia moderated the session. Natalia, thank you very much. Thank you for a wonderful moderation. Then, this practices were very interesting. They were very insightful, and for enterprises, my advice is to make count and to consider, since you will have nowhere to go, since again you will need to use all what you have. That will become sometime a part of your strategy. Cutting OPEXs is much more broader, more beneficial than new capital investments. Cut down in volumes of produce, taken that the quality will remain at the same level, is a way to raise incredibly the level of competition, compatibility. I believe that the Metro had a wonderful illustration. Energy effectiveness management system says that you have some certain pool of instruments and you have an opportunity to choose a correct match for it and then compute indicators properly. And normally when it gets about energy effectiveness, we have proper correlations and financially viable to stay. We need to consider chances, risk, and how to spot failures, incorrect use of raw materials, equipment. Energy management system will identify in such a situation proper places to address, and this will be the result of our joint effort. That I would like to extend gratitude to our beneficiaries for the support to setting up such a financial instrument. And I would like to say thank you to Ukrgas Bank, since it has become a partner financially, and it will operate the loan guarantee fund. I would like to extend gratitude to the enterprises that today participated in organizing this event. This program is a pilot program, and it shares information and your examples. This is useful, interesting, and can be useful for everyone present here and for all the stakeholders. And that I would like to say that everyone who got registered and participated. Thank you for the commentaries in your chat on YouTube, since that allowed to just some things throughout the course of this event. All the questions, you're more than welcome to address us with that. Please share them to our unit project Ukraine, and presentations will be shared among registered participants. And if you have some questions to be settled, we'll either settle them down or coordinate this who will be able to give proper answers. For accessibility of our credits, you will see all information on the website of our partner Ukrgas Bank and Ukrgas Bank for Enterprises. This is the basic component that should direct you properly in communication to financial instrument in such a way that you can talk directly with Ukrgas Bank, and Ukrgas Bank will make a decision on making decisions, resolutions. As Marco said it before, we will coordinate and control issue of such credits under examinations, audits, if these credits will be appropriated accordingly. That is an issue. We have lots of work to be done, and I believe that the loan guarantee fund will be expanded with the recent past. But today you will see a ball on your side. You should understand how much you will need this. At the market of credit functioning, the product that we presented today and the commodity that Ukrgas Bank will use will be the best. That will be the first step to undertake energy effectiveness management, and then you will get a better picture of how to approach investment into this program. So I would like to thank Separately from UNIDO's office on the part of HQ, I would like to extend gratitude to Ukrgazbank and those who from outset participated in this fund. Vladimir Vysotsky, Andrei Kravets, Mr. Morozov, Maya Krivenko, and they are with us today. Yaroslav Krupko, on the part of our partners, first of all, the Ministry of Economic Development and State Energy Effectiveness. We have wonderful cooperation, just awesome liaison with the GZ project supported by the German government in Ukraine. And now the work that GZ project did prove that the enterprises that were subject to energy auditing are qualified as priorities, and they can get credits through a loan guarantee fund. And data on energy audit can be compared at some point to the implementation of energy control system. If there is a precise delineation of measures to be undertaken, they can be qualified as applicants, decent applicants for the loan guarantee fund. Thank you very much for such a sincere event. When I was listening to our second session, I had a thought that most probably it makes sense to get together more often and raise such issues once and again, and the next time we might raise more data on such enterprises and benefits that these companies received. Once again, thank you and see you.